hold on, you're going live.
Chief.
Oh, I'm live right
My name is Chief. 2 feet.
Squirrel 2 feet.
2 feet.
It's so
Two squirrel
ridiculous.
I'm a chief full squirrel. I can choose which body part, so I decided to say full squirrel.
Bushy tail?
Yeah, chief bushy tail.
Bushy
Actually,
tail.
squirrel's pretty good.
Can't do that, bush too.
So we're still live? We're still rolling?
Yes. Quick, take it down before anybody sees.
Yeah. No, leave it up.
Nah, cool.
So,
He's always so serious.
so the things we read at every meeting.
Or Facebook.
She is.
Oh, yeah,
This is on YouTube.
Welcome to Rise of the Moors. This is the
Introduction.
Cut.
Official AF.
Bloopers.
Thank y'all for coming. If you do not know, we have our website launched, risingthemoon.org. You can get my book there. It's easier to transact business that way instead of having a bunch of people email me. See how to get my book. Here's a website. See we're official, right? You can also see, you can view public documents like the document that we sent to the de facto governor here, Gina Raimondo, as a consulate. You can look at that document. So yeah, check out the website. So, we read at every meeting, caveat emptor. Moors are men, upright, independent, and fearless, who care for their loved ones and follow the prophet through destiny, which is not uncertain nor unknown. They are fortified by the impregnable doctrine built upon love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. It is therefore folly at its greatest height for smelly culprits with insidious plans to invade such a realm. They try and try, but their own bad planning brings down wrath upon their heads like the sword Ultimachius had, Damocles. Intrigue and scurrilous cunning find a difficult path to travel within the ranks of the Moors. This is so because the Moorish movement has been well planned by Prophet Noble Drew Ali, whose latent powers are abundant, unknown, and may be called into action as a matter of defense at any moment. Prophet Noble Drew Ali knows the people within his ranks who are interested. They are the vanguard of the Moorish movement as the Moorish hordes increase here in America. All of the Moors are active, not passive. A member's interest can only be in one direction. And having traveled over the roads years before, the Prophet knows where every member is along the road. A few feet below is another road where schemers work, where traitors grin, and culprits bask in the sun. They think they are on the same road with true Moors, but the Moors are high above on a pinnacle where they might view the destructionists as they fall for the last time and their bones bleach in the sultry midday sun. Hungry scavengers flying high, catch scent, devour and leave crying out, caveat emptor, cast out the dead carcass. The Moors high above see the plotters, purveyors, the worst that exist, throw themselves downward by their own works of the hawks away. To be proclaimed at every meeting. Islam. I'm glad to know that I have a few faithful Moors among you all, and I desire for them to know the truth and the divine truth. There is a host of jealousy about me and the movement now by the same people of our side of the nation that claim I was only a joke and unreal. But now, since they have found out from the government officials and the nations of the earth that this is the only sole foundation that all Asiatics must depend upon for their earthly salvation as American citizens, they are, working every scheme that they can to disqualify me so that they may take charge of the situation. Now, think about this when you see all the stuff that they're talking about when we did the State of the State, all that slander and stuff like that. Consider this when stuff like that happens.
They can take charge of the situation.
I need finance and I need it badly. Never before have I needed finance so badly. Let's get the part. I have notified all these things to you long ago in the past. It is through the faithful Moors that attribute to the movement and uplifting funds. The ones that paid their divine respect to me and the movement will be remembered. That is why I'm calling upon all faithful Moors to increase their faithfulness to me, your prophet, and your divine Moorish movement. I need finance and I need it badly. Never before have I needed finance so badly as I do at present, so I can shove aside the discord that is facing the nation. It all comes through jealousy because of my fame and nobility. The nations of the world will not recognize the movement without I, the prophet, being head. It has been proven by my works which I have performed in the past few years, Prophet Noble Drew Ali. To the members of the Moorish Science Temple of America, Islam, this is the instruction from your prophet, Noble Drew Ali. Be faithful unto your forefathers' divine and national creed, that you'll be blessed for your good deeds that you sow in the flesh. Allah is the one that judges the world, and his judgment is on now, but the weak can comprehend it not. The end of time is drawing near, so says Allah to his divine prophet, I know who draw thee. And that's why many hearts have been turned to stone, and many have eyes to see but cannot see, ears to hear but cannot hear, least they would be confounded of their sins. These are trying hours now, dear Moors, and every evil spirit is moving, and they are trying every weak mind to overthrow and drag out the true foundation that has been laid, to cause confusion in the minds of the ones that do believe. But if you have the true love of Allah and the spirit of your forefathers, you fear not what you hear or see, but will sacrifice the utmost of your very life to protect your movement and your prophet. Watch your enemies, dear Moors. Your enemies are the ones that speak against your prophet and ridicule him to the very lowest, and the ones that speak against your divine and national principles of your temples. Act accordingly, and Allah will bless you for your good work. Peace. Your divine prophet, Abu Drabi. Prophet warns all Muslims to be read in every meeting. I hereby inform all members that they must end all radical speeches while at work, in their homes, or on the streets. We are for peace and not destruction. Stop flashing your cards at Europeans that causes confusion. Remember, your card is for your salvation. Failure to obey these orders will be a severe consequence. We're for love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. And when these principles are violated, justice must then take its course. Any member or group of members who hold malicious feelings towards the temple or the prophet or violate the divine covenant of the Moorish movement will receive their reward from Allah for their unjust deeds. All true Moors will and must obey the law as laid down to them by their prophet. If they lose confidence in their prophet, they should turn in their card and button, cease wearing their turban and fez, and return to the state where I, the prophet, found you. This is a holy and divine movement founded by the prophet Nabi Ali. The prophet is not right, the temple is not right. The prophet therefore is sending out the divine plea to all Moorish Americans that they do their part in protecting their prophet and the temple. This is an everlasting movement founded by the prophet through the will of Allah to redeem his people from their sinful ways. Peace. Nabi Ali. Of course, if you got race pride, If you got race pride and love your race, join the Moorish Temple of America, because then you'll know who you are, who your forefathers were, and where there's unity, there's strength. Together we stand, divided we fall. This is a movement open to all strong men and women, and that their conditions can be better. All right. Also, we talked about 2 weeks ago that from now on we'll have our flag upside down. All right. The flag is upside down. The reason why the flag's upside down is because the nation is under duress. That's why when you see pictures of Noble Drew Ali, you see our flag on the left, which means that it's the host nation. So whenever a flag is on the left, as you're looking at it, or higher on the flagpole, that shows that it's superior or the host nation. So when you see temples with the American flag and then the Star Spangled Banner, it's cool. But then when they have the Star Spangled Banner and then the American flag, that shows you that can be an indicator that they're dirty. You know what I'm saying? But I was in the Marines, so I know flag order is important. You know what I'm saying? So when it's on the left, right, left, right, left, right. That's what hard is, right? Left. Cool. And the reason why it's upside down is because the nation is under duress. So when you see another national flag upside down, that will tell another nation that nation needs help. So the Star Spangled Banner is not upside down. The American flag is. Because we're under occupation. So everything that the so-called, is that good on camera?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So anything that the so-called black people talk about, the shit that we're facing, we're under duress. But so this is from etimononline.com. Let's read what duress is. Just for a quick view. That's the website I'm looking at. Duress, noun, harsh or severe treatment. From Old French, durcir. From Latin, durita, hardness. From durus, hard. From Proto-Indo-European root, dru-ro. Be firm, solid, steadfast. So we're under duress. That's why it's upside down. It's not a disrespect to our own flag. It's letting other nationals and letting other nations know everything's not cool here. You know what I'm saying? Because the Europeans acting through the United States Service Corporation is telling the world that everything's good. And then since we don't speak up, that's the only word that they get. So, oh, everything's good. Well, if we show them everything's not good, we're not cool with this, we don't support what they're doing, then other nations then, okay, since they're saying it, we can help them now. Because before, we weren't safe back. We can't help them. So closed mouths only fed, right? So that's why the flag's upside down. Any questions on that? No questions? Cool, so you
Not
ready
for
to get
months.
into this pop quiz?
No, but let's do it.
Yeah, pop quiz. Pop.
Get the pop quiz popping.
In the mouth.
You.
I ain't scared no quiz.
Huh?
I ain't scared no quiz.
You might want to be.
Not yet, at least.
Yeah,
not
not
till we see it.
All right, everyone online is going to take the quiz with us, too. Everyone got a pen? So this is the Narragansett Pop Quiz number 1. What does that tell you?
More to
More
come.
quizzes, right? The Drew Ali said every temple must have a school, right? And then from your Sunday school comes the leaders of the nation, or guiders of the nation. So in school you got tests, don't you? So I'm gonna read them out loud for the people online, for online viewers, and then just answer them if you know the answers. If not, we'll go over it. So, beginning, right? It's front and back, by the way. So the first question is, what is your nationality? And then let me know if I'm going too fast. Also, you have a more difficult job because you have to read the comments.
I know.
Oh, actually, I can read the comments while I do this. But then I won't be on camera.
Yeah, I got it.
Because I want to know if I'm going too fast for them, too.
The answer's over there.
Yeah, I got it.
All right. The second one is define what nationality is. Let me know. I'll just let y'all go on your own pace. Who is the Moorish American prophet? That's number 3. Number 4 is, when was Drew Ali born? Number 5 is, define the word black. Number 6 is, what is etymology? Number 7 is, what is transliteration? Am I going too fast for the...
Yeah, you're going really fast. And they're giving answers.
No, don't give the answers.
No, I'm not looking at it.
Don't give the
answers.
She said, I'm not looking at him.
Cheating, don't
No,
give
no,
the
no.
answers. She's cheating.
That's why she's like, no,
Yeah.
Slow down. What was
What's
number
number
2?
5?
Hey, someone down in the classroom. All right. So I'll go over. All right. So number 1 is, what is your nationality? Number 2 is, define what nationality is. Number 3. Huh? Number 3, who is the Moorish American prophet? Number 4, when was Drew Ali born? Number 5, define the word black. Number 6, what is etymology? Number 7, what is transliteration? I'll read number 7 again. What is transliteration? Number 8, what is the difference between connotation and denotation? Number 8 is, what is the difference between connotation and denotation? Number 9, what did Drali mean when he said, to be a citizen of any government, you must claim your national descent name, because they place their trust upon issues and names formed by their forefathers. See what the screen? She acted she's cracking the neck. She's like,
Yeah, okay.
looking at someone else's paper. Oh, you're cheating looking at the comments.
No, so no.
He's like, you know.
Googling all the answers.
I wish.
Mhm. I'll read number 9 again. What did Drali mean when he said, quote, to be a citizen of any government, you must claim your national descent name, because they place their trust upon issues and names formed by their forefathers, unquote. Number 10, in what year did the prophet establish the old Canaanite temple, and what was it established as? Number 10, in what year did the prophet establish the old Canaanite temple, and what was it established as? Number 11, what does the word mortgage mean? Number 11, what does the word mortgage mean? Number 12, what is conversion? What is conversion? People give away all answers.
Online? Yeah.
Yeah, some, if
I
you
gotta
got
join
a
this
extra
live.
piece of paper,
I know.
Hold on.
Let me join the live.
Let's join the
Your
live
computer
real quick.
screen is showing too on camera.
Huh?
Straight
Is it
cheating.
really?
Yeah.
They don't even know where to cheat at.
Yeah.
That's her.
Yeah,
She
you
don't
see
know
her?
how though. She don't know where to cheat though.
well, she's a new student, so she can do the online class. So number 12 was, what is conversion? Number 13 is, what is cheating?
You don't put anything on your computer you don't want anybody to see.
What is violence? Number 14, what is an allodial title? Number 15, what's up?
So you're not playing this the wrong time.
99.
Is it a good one? Thank you. Number 15, what does the phrase chain of title mean? Remember, there are no wrong answers. I will only look at you like you're stupid and then laugh at you. Just like that.
Like a bad guy.
Yeah. So, are we number 12 again? What is conversion? Number 13, what is cheating? Number 14, what is an allodial title? Number 15, what does the phrase chain of title mean? Number 16. What is an adverse claim? Number 16. What is an adverse claim? Number 16. What is an adverse claim? Let me know in the chat when we go over any other questions.
You're reading it?
Well, no one's saying anything right now. Number 17. What is a quit claim? Number 17. What is a quit, Q-U-I-T, claim? Number 18. What is the sole purpose of government? Number 19. Where do elected officials, derive their power from? She's over here like this, pondering.
No, I was looking at number 20.
Number 20. How many articles are there in the American Constitution of 1791? Or number 20. Number 18 was, what is the sole purpose of government? Number 19, where do elected officials derive their power from? Number 20, how many articles are there in the American Constitution of 1791? 21, when was the coup d'etat? 22, what is a coup d'etat?
Oh. Wait a minute. Just circle these papers.
I take them. Are they wrong? Peace.
Oh, there's a
It's from the
back.
back, yeah,
Oh
from the
my God. Oh
from
my
the
God.
You thought you was done. She
I
was
know.
Like, hell with all these questions.
Like pages of
Oh,
back
yeah, we're
and
doing the
front.
test, by the way. Yup. Yup. Pop quiz. Fail, you can't be part of our group anymore. It's fine.
It's an easy one. You're probably better than all of us. Don't listen to him.
Are you gonna actually read this?
You do.
I can go on and on, because I can't write, so you tell me to understand. I can write.
Say that again. He's not gonna. It's just a board.
Okay.
This is-
Okay.
That was her point.
Yeah.
That was her point. You got to check out her
My
stuff.
handwriting sucks.
He said he's just not doing it.
So-
My handwriting.
Shh. The teacher's coming back.
No talking during my class.
Don't.
You big dummies. Yeah.
5 points off the test.
Even though I'm not grading it. All right, so number 21 was, when was the coup d'etat? 22 was, what is a coup d'etat? 23 is, what is the Monroe Doctrine? Number 23 is, what is the Monroe Doctrine? Number 24, who was the first country to recognize the United Colonies as a sovereign power? Number 24, who was the first country to recognize the United Colonies as a sovereign power? Number 25, what is the status of the European occupiers of the Moorish imperial divan? Number 26, describe what the Moorish flag looks like. If you don't know, it's right there. So get that one wrong. Something wrong with you. Number 27. How many parts of speech are there? List as many as you can. Number 28. What does the word writ mean? Number 29. What is diversity of citizenship? Number 30. How did the Moors fall? So I'll go back to number 26. Actually, I'll go over 23. So I'll start at 23. What is the Monroe Doctrine? 24. Who was the first country? I should say, what was the first country? To recognize the United Colonies as a sovereign power. Number 25. What is the status of the European occupiers of the Moorish imperial divan? If you don't know that one, get Abdul's book, Moors and Masonry. Describe, so number 26, describe what the Moorish flag looks like. 27, how many parts of speech are there? List as many as you can. So if you don't know all of them, but you know that there's a certain number, state the number, and then list as many as you know. And keep in mind, this is your test, so you can grade yourself and see where you need to grow or whatever. It's your life. Right. But just know we're in this as a people no matter what. So. Number 28. What does the word writ mean? Are you still on 20? Someone said they're still on 20. So number 20 was how many articles are there in the American Constitution of 1791? That was number 20.
Come on, I'm on 32.
Huh?
I'm on 32.
Number 20 was someone in the
Somebody in the group.
Yeah.
That's why I said, come on, because I'm doing the camera. I'm posting on
She's barely
Instagram.
paying attention.
Is what she's saying.
So 21 was when was the coup d'etat? Number 22 is what is a coup d'etat? And also remember, this is live, so you can just, when it ends, start it over and then take the test again. So I won't go over all of them. So number 29 is what is diversity of citizenship? 30 is how did the Moors fall? You got the Quran, you should know the answer to that. And if you study history, you should know the answer to that. 31. What is money? Oh, you're caught up? Cool. Number 31. What is money? Number 32. What is the Federal Reserve Bank? they giving everyone all the answers. Cheating. I know what kind of person you are in school.
Oh, where's he at?
You know the kind of person you sit next to?
Tap your pin
You know, like,
twice
your
if
friends sit next to you, you
if
know
it's
they didn't
me.
study, so you see them do this, and you be like, take the baby, you just
my man. You sat next to me in class then.
I'm on the top. Yeah. Okay, Hasim, babe, we see you, you big old cheater. Number 30.
Got Google on speed dial.
Add me on Facebook.
Oh, man. So 32 was, what is the Federal Reserve Bank? So what is the Federal Reserve Bank? That was number 32. Show your face. Show what? My face? My face should be on camera.
It is.
Oh, my thing's frozen? No, I pose it on here, so no.
What's the shit this? I seen.
Almighty.
I was about to say, you trying to help me out.
Come to
for real.
Chicago. You should be there in God. Book me and I'll go. How about that? Book me and I'll definitely go. Via its attorney, Betty H. Richardson and Richard R. Ward, admit that the IRS is not a government agency. That's a hard one.
Oh boy, oh boy.
That's a hard one.
Writing paragraph and stuff.
That's a hard one.
Bro, you want to list and you got 2 inches of space.
It's because I was thinking, oh, scrap paper. And I was thinking, well, film some of them. You need to write them.
No excuses. You messed it up.
Hey, this is all my ink and
I've
paper,
got
right?
first paper again.
So number 33 was, in what case did the United States, via its attorneys, Betty H. Richardson and Richard R. Ward, admit that the IRS is not a government agency? Question. 34. Define, using etymology, what the word democracy means. 35. What is the difference between traveling and driving? So, number 33 was, in what case did the United States, via its attorneys, Betty H. Richardson and Richard R. Ward, admit that the IRS is not a government agency? 34 was, define, using etymology, what the word democracy means. Number 35 is, what is the difference between traveling and driving? Number 36, define what the word license means. Number 37, according to Title 28, Chapter 6, Subchapter 176, Subsection 3002 of the United States Codes, what is the United States?
Man sleeves.
Hmm?
What's man sleeves?
What?
The girl man sleeves.
Where? The question I'm Number 38, according to Title 12, subsection 411 of the United States Codes, House Joint Resolution 192, HJ 5404, Trust Law, Article 1, Section 8, and Article 1, Section 10. What happened when the private owners of the Federal Reserve, Nielsen Eldridge, A. Piatt Andrew, Henry Davidson, Arthur Shelton, Frank Vanderlip, and Paul Warburg took the gold out of circulation. What obligations do they and their successors have? That was a lengthy question, so I'll ask it again. According to Title 12, subsection 411 of the United States Codes, House Joint Resolution 192, HJ 5404, Trust Law, Article 1, Section 8, and Article 1, Section 10. What happened when the private owners of the Federal Reserve took the gold out of circulation, and what obligation do they and their successors have? Number 39, what are the 5 titles of nobility? Number 40, how many branches of government are there and what do they do? So, half of that is list the branches of government, and the other half is explaining what each branch does.
You give me one line.
Huh?
I got one line in here.
I think I got a half.
Figure it out.
Scrap paper.
Figure it out. If you need scrap paper, let me know. Go to the librarian and ask them. Just let me know.
Need paper? Somebody needs paper?
If you need a piece of scrap paper, Mikhail is
Anyone?
to give you some.
No?
Figure it out, all right? But that can overcome. So number 40 was, how many branches of government are there and what do they do? So list the branches, then list what each branch does. 41. How are people identified? Is it by their shoelaces, by their socks,
Hats.
by their hats? Number 42. What does your nationality determine? Okay, L. Barbara Bay, you want to be cheating. Giving out all the answers. Just handing them away. You get the answer.
Is that a 42 is a repeat question?
42. What does your nationality determine? It's not a repeat question. Yeah, what is nationality? Now this one is, what does it determine?
Oh, you one of them tricky teachers.
Hey, gang, sparkles. 43. What is the Christian Black Codes of 1724? And what does Article 22 state about Black people and property? That was some geniuses. Number 44. What is the Renaissance? Question mark. Who were the parties involved in the Renaissance? Question mark. And what was its time frame? So from this date to this date. Right? Answer you guard. Oh yeah. Number 45. How many signs are there in the zodiac wheel? List as many as you can. If you can, list them in order. Look at them, just already getting good Q&A. Thank you. I appreciate that. What's number 10? This is whispering. How you whispering to the live feed? 46. How many continents are there on Earth? So I can't ask you about Mars. Mars, right?
You can, you just don't know the answer.
47. How many seas are there on Earth? And you don't have to name them. You don't have to name the continents. 48. How many distinct bodies of water called oceans are there? For this one, list as many as you can. 49. What is the difference between paying a debt and discharging a debt. That ain't all the answers. This. Let me see. None. Two's the wrong answer. Let's just say that. For whatever question. Caspa, the answer is the latter. Good job, Amir. Great. Great. All right. So number 49 was, what is the difference between paying a debt and discharging a debt? Number 50 is, list the treaty of persons involved in the creation of a trust. So it's 3. List them, right? One of the 3 parties is the beneficiary. So out of the 3, I gave you one of them. List the other 2. Number 51. How many selves are there? List them. What?
Number 64. What is wrong with you?
He was having a good old time.
It's because I was gonna say
What that 64?
I was gonna say what's the highest number? But I feel like that wasn't specific enough. Because the highest single digit number is also the highest number. But someone can say, well, numbers don't end. That's true. But there is a highest number where you can't get any higher than it, where all the numbers just repeat. So yeah, that's why.
A little test on common sense there, huh?
Yeah. Kind of. But what if you get it? If you get it wrong now,
I'm gonna say 12.
you get it wrong. Slapping you. All right, where was I before I got 51. How many selves are there? Listen to that. 52. What is the difference between the word birth and the word begotten? And 53. Define the word color. 54. Define the word jurisprudence. This is a great class. Thank you. Appreciate your work. And you paying attention to work. Stop looking. Stop looking. You too, stop looking. Number 55. What is, or define the word Islam? Now here's a tip for the online viewers, not for y'all. It's closed book for y'all.
Oh.
For online viewers, to answer number 55, go to riseofthemoors.org.
Wow.
Go to the tab where it says, what is Islam? That's for the online viewers. It's a key. That was a master adept ancient Kemetic key I just gave you. So for the answer to number 55, go to riseofthemoors.org. Number 56. What is the connection between Islam and the Iroquois law of peace? That's a good one. Number 56. What is the connection between Islam and the Iroquois law of peace? You can find the answer to that question in the book titled Are You Confused About Law? Prepared by Jamal Tlaib Abdullah Bey. If you don't have the book, you can get the book on riseofthemoors.org. So, both the answer to 55 and 56 can be found on riseofthemoors.org. 57. In 1928, what corporate name did the Moorish Holy Temple of Science adopt? No cheating. What is this sliding notes? You have to drop and confiscate your phones? I answered a lot of things.
Yeah. Because he's asking the same questions like in different ways.
I did it deliberately. Number 57. In 1928, what corporate name did the Moorish Holy Temple of Science adopt? More food for thought. You are correct. Come on down. Number 59. What is the difference between education and indoctrination? Oh wait, I skipped number 58. I skipped one. I think 58. What is the difference between dogma and religion? Zeke, are you on your way? What's up?
No, he's watching the
No, he's watching live.
You can't take the test when he gets it. You give all the answers right now.
I'm not giving any answers.
It's gonna be
Oh,
him.
yeah, all right.
It's gonna be here in 50 minutes.
We should have waited for the whole group, so.
No, then we wouldn't have a live. We would have to leave.
No.
The library closed at 4.
The 12 paper thing.
Nah,
Because then
I didn't-
that's watching this
I
right
low-key
now,
didn't want to do that.
It's gonna have their own. And then they're gonna be like,
True, but I mean, if you cheat, you're cheating yourself.
I mean, not really,
Not hurt nobody, you cheat yourself. Excuse me, where was that? So number 58 is what's the difference between dogma and religion. 59 is what is the difference between education and indoctrination. Number 60 is what does the word God mean? G-O-D. What does it mean? Number 61. This is the tricky one. This is very difficult. What is the true national identity of those who are trained to think they are Hispanic, Negroes, Latin Americans, Afro-Latinos, Puerto Ricans, West Indians, African Americans, colored, and black? What is their true national identity? That's a hard one. If you want the answer to number 61, you might find it from your answer, or would you answer with number 1?
no one knows yours.
Yeah. Right. Number 62. What is color of law? Now, you're not going to take too many bathroom breaks, so I know what y'all do out there. Go to the bathroom.
Leave the answers. Where was they at? Where'd you
My
leave
phone
them?
is here.
Yeah, know what y'all do.
But she's going to get the answers. She's not leaving them.
I went to get a phone.
You go down, writing them on your skin so I can't see.
We know how you got through school.
Number 62. What is color of law? What is color of law? 63. What is the fez to the Moors? If you can, write down what each part of it represents. So write down what part represents, this part, that part, these parts, the other parts. Write down what they mean if you know what they mean. Ready for this test?
Yeah. Long ass test.
Dang.
It's only 1,000 questions.
I got this test for you.
So again, number 63 is what is the fez to the Moors? If you can, write down what each part of it represents. What is the fez? What is the fez to us? What is it? What is it? 64. What is the highest single-digit number?
Hold on. No, hold on.
That's
I
difficult,
gotta,
right?
let me jump right to that one.
Yeah,
right
you
there.
want to answer that one? Do you know?
22.
No sound. It said no sound. Someone said no sound, but everyone else is answering. So
So unmute it.
yeah. Unmute yourself, Elvira.
No, keep on
You just said
live.
no sound, but you're answering.
No, you keep on live, too. They're basically taking the with us.
Yeah. This is a family,
Yeah, we all family.
right? So 64. I don't know what 24.
That's the high.
Oh no, because I read 27. That's it. 64. What is the highest single-digit number? 65. Using the Kemetic principle of as above, so below, what does the crescent moon and star represent astrologically, and how does it relate to Earth, and why is it used to represent woman? List as many connections as you can. So everyone's they're doing it on their own pace. Number 66. If you were here early, you already know the answer to this one. What is the Logos? What is the logos? Logos. What's the logos? Number 67. What common thing has the Creator given us all? Number 68. What does the story of Mary and Elizabeth being prepared to bring forth the revealers of light represent? 69. Who is your Savior? Number 70. Why do people perish by the day? So I'll go back to number 64. What is the highest single digit number? Which the chat already is going out there. 65, using the chromatic principles of as above, so below. What does the crescent moon and star represent astrologically? And how does it relate to Earth? And why is it used to represent women? Question mark. List as many connections as you can. Number 66. What is the logos? Number 67. What common thing has the Creator given us all? Number 68. What does the story of Mary and Elizabeth being prepared to bring forth the revealers of light represent? You done with your test?
Yeah, right. I didn't think of this.
I know.
All right. I'll shut up for a little bit.
I had to read this question like 16
So I
times.
have to go back.
All right, I'll shut up for a little bit.
Answer comments in the meantime.
If I'm answering them, I'm speaking.
No, it's like, oh, I'm sorry.
Read the
How about that?
answers.
No, I got to check. Well, people are asking questions. They're answering them.
What did they say for the last one?
These are phenomenal questions. That's what they said. Thank you. I appreciate it. Been gone for 2 minutes. I gotta shut up.
Quiet.
Yes.
Message.
No, these questions are public.
I missed your question, 21. When was the good child? Which one?
It's up to you. He didn't go over the answers yet. So right now we're just
Sing it.
I know.
All right. I was quiet for long enough. You hear myself speaking. So number 69 is, who is your savior? 70. Why do people perish by the day? Here's where all the tests are. So if you would have made it to class, you would have had it.
Jab, jab.
Oh no, that wasn't jab. It was huh? No, there's no answers written on this. We're gonna go over it afterwards. Because in the Quran it talks about how everyone has their own measure of wisdom. So my answers, some answers are like this date, that's the date. So some answers are like, according to your interpretation, what does this represent? So number 70 was, why do people perish by the day? And Amir again got it correct. Number 71. What does the Bible verse in Matthew 28:20, observe all that I have commanded you, and behold, I am with you always to the end of the age, mean to you? So again, 71. What does the Bible verse, observe all that I have commanded you, and behold, I am with you always? What does that mean to you? I'm aware of not making it to classes, but I'm online. I know, that's why I'm reading questions. So you can answer them. There was no shade thrown. I have no reason to throw any shade because I don't care.
But that was just a class just laughing at. We was just joking. No offense. Didn't mean to offend him about him not making it to class.
No, I mean, yeah.
Yeah, we was just joking. I don't want to seem like we're just laughing at him and shit.
No, yeah. Jokes. I joke all the time.
All the time.
72. Where is the closest place you can find Allah, God, Jehovah, Thoth, Zeus, the Great Spirit? Question mark. So again, where is the closest place you can find Allah, God, Jehovah, Thoth, Zeus, the Great Spirit? '73. What is heaven and hell? 73. What is heaven and hell? What are they? 74. 74. What is meant by the word Christ, and how is it related to Krishna? What is meant by the word Christ, and how is it related to Krishna? 75. According to Drew Ali, the ancient name for Africa is Amexem. What word do we get if we take the prefix of Amexem and the suffix of Africa? I'll ask that again. What word do we get if we take the prefix of Amexem and the suffix of Africa? What happens when we put those together? What word do we get?
You gave the answer right on there.
I know.
In the test, it's
underlined
obvious.
it. So you might want to get that one right. 76. Where is the present Moroccan Empire? Number 77. What is the act of state doctrine? Yes. Number 99. It's not a question.
It is a question. Got a question mark.
True.
And I can answer it, so it's a question.
True. You're right.
So take one off his go.
It's a liar.
It's liar.
He deceived you all.
Extra credit.
Extra credit. We all get extra
So if I
credit
get
for
that
that
one
one.
right, does that mean I passed the
Oh, well, since I was wrong, the full class gets extra credit now. How about
We
that?
all got
We all get one.
We get extra credit on this non-graded test.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's why. So for number 99, I meant to correct it and say, just consider it in relation to these things, but I left it as a question by mistake. So we're going to go over it at the end of class anyway. So you're right. So number 78, what does it signify when a national flag is displayed upside down? Inverted. What does that mean? So what does it mean when a national flag is upside down? Number 79, what treaty predates the American Constitution of 1791? Number 80, why did Thomas Jefferson say billions for defense, not 1 cent for tribute? Who was the United States colonies or the United Colonies States paying tribute to? No, they were at the time. So number 80, I'll ask that again. Why did Thomas Jefferson say millions for defense, not 1 cent for tribute? This is like one of the game shows. Except you don't get any money. Who was the United Colonies paying tribute to? Huh? Number 81. Why did the Sultan of Morocco, His Imperial Majesty, Mohammed ibn Abdullah, order the Union State colonial ships to be taken? Why did he order that to happen? Number 82. What are the 3 primal issues at law? Peace. Oh, your phone's up to die. Peace. Oh.
Yeah. How far is?
I'd be something all over the place.
That's why I put stars next to.
Peace. Where was I? Oh. 83. What is, you missed the last question. The last question was, I'll just go over from number 80. No, 81. Why did the Sultan of Morocco, His Imperial Majesty Mohammed ibn Abdullah, order the Union State colonial ships to be taken? 82. What are the 3 primal issues at law? 83. What is stare decisis? Bro, will you be in Brooklyn or New York? Maybe.
You want to? We used to talk about taking a trip out there. You want to go out there?
Yeah, I'm going.
Let's arrange something. Either a few of us, or if you want to go as a group, we can take a couple
do
bucks a
classes
piece and
every-
just grab a
every
van
Wednesday.
and go up there for the day.
I'm down.
I don't mind driving.
They do classes every Wednesday at near the National Black Theater in Harlem. So we go there.
If you want to make it a group thing,
Well, if someone's trying to book me, then that's different.
yeah, that's way different. That's
Yeah,
way
because
different.
I was gonna say you can't just be walking in.
Yeah, no, I'm not gonna do that. I'm just
The
saying, you
class,
go
no.
for a class and I'll be there, but
That's what my thought was.
yeah, yeah.
If
That's
we
what I'm
all,
saying too. If we're just gonna be there, we can be there. YouTube shows I can't chat to class and take this. Huh? So, 83 was what is stereotyping? 84 is what is res judicata? 85 is what is the supreme law of the land? I'm good, Keith. How you doing? 86 is what is the difference between United States District Court and District Court? 87. What is racism? 88. What is genocide? 89. What is a writ of quo warranto?
Oh my gosh.
What?
I'm nearing the end.
It's all right. Number 90. What is a writ of prohibition? We went over that earlier. So. You might not know what that is.
Uh-oh.
What?
I don't remember that. Oh, I was setting up.
Oh, yeah, you was paying attention.
Because I was setting up the camera.
But you remember. What is a default judgment? We went over that one too.
Dang it. The worst is when you remember the subject, but you don't remember the answer.
Yeah, one of those.
Number 92. What is a state? What is a state? Number 93. Who is Tariq ibn Zayed? Who is he? Sure, you can upload this video to your website. Sure. You have my permission to do so.
Please give credit to the source.
Yeah, just tag us in it. Let them know that you got it from the balls. You gotta say it like that.
I gotta say it like that.
Yeah, you can tag risingthemortals.org and get it too. Other question, what did I miss? Can I get email none of this? Test it. How about I post it on the website? How about that? Can I what? True. So, Moorish American instrumental licensing. You can post this video on your site, but you have to @ Jamal Swiss and @ risingthemortals.org. I don't know that. I haven't made that. I haven't made the choice to put it on the website yet, but that's all right. Islam, sister, good to hear your voice. It's you. Come on, tell. Excuse me.
Who now? Who's that?
M. Slave Bay said that.
Hey, M. Slave Bay.
So again, number 92 is what is a state. Number 93 is who is Tariq ibn Zayed? Who is that? Are you looking up live the answers right now?
No, you can't do that. That's cheating.
No. Did you hear the question? What was the question, though?
No, this is not open book.
His question was, we can't cheat?
And you put a camera on Front Street.
Laptop cracked.
Oh my God. All right. All right.
99 question.
Number 94. Oh, shit. 94. What was the... You was looking at the chat or nothing. Number 94.
You're right in front of her. She got to see you right there on the phone, though.
It adds 10 pounds.
It's more personal this way.
Good Lord, this Bible verse is so
read.
long.
I know.
Jamal,
You gotta read it over?
And I was like,
dang. I was like, oh yeah, this is the last page. I didn't even touch the surface of this iceberg.
Smiling too much.
I didn't write anything.
Good. Well, that's good.
man.
Right. 94. What was the condition of Europe before our ancestors, the Moors, crossed the Straits of Gibraltar and initiated the Renaissance from the 12th century to the 17th century? What was the
Dias
condition
Hill.
of Europe? Don't give away the answer.
Trash AF.
Trash AF will not be accepted. Although it was correct, it will not be accepted. So number 94, what was the condition of Europe before our ancestors, the Moors, crossed the Straits of Gibraltar and initiated the Renaissance from the 12th century to the 17th century? So what was the condition of Europe before our ancestors went up in there and initiated the Renaissance? Smell like swine. That would be accepted.
Long sentence.
Oh, you can add that too. Number 95. Who cured Europe of the Black Plague of the 13th century? Who cured Europe? So someone said nasty. No offense, Europeans. No offense. This is facts. So, number 95. Number 95. Who cured Europe of the Black Plague in the 13th century? Number 96. How did the Moors help rid Europe of devastating diseases?
Easy.
Look at your mom, baby. Number 97. What happened on Ellis Island, New York, from the late 1800s to the mid 1900s? What happened
Fuckery.
on Ellis Island? Immigration. Number 98. What is the astrological meaning behind Jesus, the Son of God, dying on the cross and rising on the third day? And then for number 99, we will go over after that when everyone answers these questions and we go over them as a group. So let me know when everyone's done.
Look what I
It
drew.
would have been cool if you asked question number 64 and question 99.
Number 64.
Yeah.
What was the highest single-digit number? Oh, okay.
Does anybody have the answer to number 64?
17.
Is the number 89? I don't know. And that's the test.
Oh my God, it's crazy. The
We're
one.
going to go over it once everyone's done. Let me know when everyone's done, and then we'll go over all of them. The answers
As
and-
ready as I'm gonna get.
So done doesn't mean you have all of them answered. Done means you've answered all of them to the best of your ability. You don't have all of them.
Oh Lord.
It's messed up. It was one that I answered earlier. You said simple test. I forgot.
I know that was the same one that I was like, what?
That was your cue to write it down.
I didn't need to. I answered it.
Ah.
He was like, that was
You
the
know,
one.
you know the answer to 64 at least?
No.
Don't know the answer to 64.
18.
18. Oh wait, dang it, the battery's gonna die. Let's just keep going.
Well, this is a good time to stop it.
I don't know if I can stop the live.
You can. We'll start a new one.
Can't you pause it?
Can you pause it? How do you do that?
No, I didn't pause it. It was frozen.
There's no there's end stream and that's it. All right.
So let me know so I can let them know.
Listen, we're gonna try to switch the battery. If we lose you, we will restart answers.
So stay tuned. I'm going at the wrong camera.
I know.
All the cameras.
Let's see what happens.
That's fine. I'm trying to be last. I'm trying to be fully closed.
Asking your dad,
They can still hear.
They can?
Yeah, the mic's still.
Oh, I didn't know that was the thing.
Back on.
That shows ridiculous.
Awesome.
That's from Dragon Ball Z.
Can everybody see and hear?
Could you mention number 64 again? Yes, we'll go over number 64 again.
What is the highest?
Number 64 is what is the highest single digit number? What is it?
I don't know.
Yeah, you get out. Sorry, but you cannot be part of this more about that.
I can't cheat for him. True. He asked the question.
You never left. That's fine. All right, so everyone shut up so everyone can finish. Can I see yours?
No. An example I made today right there.
Mine's is completely blank.
Can you read us chicken scratch?
No, you can't.
Let me see. I'm a good decipher of your notes. Let me see.
You're not a good decipher of my notes. My notes are very professional, notey. Doctor. No, you're gonna help me down answers. Get out of here.
Oh, wait a second. Let me see.
Hey, let me give you.
Come on.
No.
What's the answer?
Everybody's putting 9999. Yeah. Huh?
Just let me pass it over.
No.
Let me just hold it real quick.
For what?
Please read it before I give it to
Are you,
you.
are you trying?
We're gonna edit it for you.
I just yeah, we are.
Excuse me?
Shh, you're in a library.
My rough crowd, there's still other students taking the test. So please, shut up.
We're, we gotta have the answers on the side of all this talking we're doing.
I will give you the book. No, you can't use the book.
Is he cheating?
Oh, somebody said the answer to 64 is 0, which is indefinite. Oh no, I'm sorry, not indefinite, infinite.
Oh, you knew the answer? Was it right? Did I get it right?
How old are you?
7.
7. How old are you? 13. Cheating on test already. You're raising them. Good. One of the things they say in the Marines is, if you ain't cheating, you ain't trying.
Yeah, come up with the right answer. That's it, right? Nobody wants to hear no or wrong answer. Just get the right answer and bring it back.
I'm not saying cheat your whole life. That's not what I'm saying.
That's what you said online.
You're saying go and look at the live stream and make it happen.
Look, there's purple and black here. What, you want that baby?
Number
Just
3.
in case.
Did you have the answer to number 4, Janine?
What?
Said number 4?
No,
Answer
I got
number
the new
4.
one.
What is it?
I had to buy another one.
You really couldn't find it?
Yeah, this is like $80. No, it was $100.
I didn't even know that. Hold on. Let me write that down.
No, I don't know. It's
January 6th,
Wait, how many of y'all just got schooled?
January 8th,
14-year-old.
1886.
I got
What?
1886.
Wait, hold on, what?
I just did. I just did.
What'd you put?
I put 1886.
Yeah.
I didn't put January, yeah.
Whoa.
Whoa.
Mark that down.
Wow.
January.
No, he just read that. He said,
I read it.
Either way,
What was the date?
you got the whole day.
yeah.
You're not gonna share?
That's gonna stick. That's gonna stick.
Look at she's so ashamed.
She.
How old are you?
No.
Yeah.
No, I don't even want to discuss it.
She's of age.
I don't even want to discuss it.
Puma son did a synopsis.
I know. Yep.
Now the youth, 14-year-old.
I'm trying to figure out how to write my name.
I don't know what you thought, but
See?
this is what it
13. 24.
is. She had a golden sticker. I don't got one. This you get one.
A thumbs up. Enthusiastic thumbs up. No.
Anointing him with oil.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I think you already got the juice on its own.
I got the golden stickers in this booth, all right? Chief full swole.
Are you watching yourself on the computer?
No, I posted it.
You paused yourself.
Yeah, because I don't want to look at myself.
Thank you.
I
You love
posted on
dragging
an
that
ugly
chair
picture,
around.
too. Look
I
at
know.
You love
I
dragging
like
that
evil.
chair around.
Yes. It looks professional or something. The chair. What's with the chair thing?
He loves to drag it around with his cup.
Now it just. I don't know.
Like you're about to do
always
a whole
dragging
dance
around.
Because my
performance
brain
with
is
the
like so
chair.
active, I feel like I need to always do something.
It's true.
Oh, Coppertone Bay. The topic is we're taking a 99 question test.
Oh, yeah.
We're waiting for the rest of the group to finish their answers so we can go over the answers.
Yep. That's why the name of the title, or the title of the video is called Pop Quiz. The answer key's in here.
Is it really?
It's in your hat.
Is it really?
You got 99 wrong.
You got it in this book.
No, don't. Do not take that fence off. Yeah.
You don't want to know what the answer key is.
You don't want to know what's up there.
I'll do it.
I'll do it.
No.
They all gonna come up.
Yeah, that's private. That's
I'll do it. I'll show everyone.
You got no hair. up
that
there.
is secret.
The world what it
You got the George Jefferson.
Are you plugging in your phone?
Power.
You know I'm gonna get all your stuff now,
No,
right?
if I say no, then
Ball,
nothing
get dressed.
What? I'll take it anyway.
happens. No, you
I got-
can't.
hold on,
I have,
let me
I have
hack
to get
this.
permission from here.
Let me hack it.
I'm certified.
You done? Good? Still going?
He said, I finished before you cook. He said, I finished before you cook.
Yeah, because I didn't.
I'll give it a little bit more time. We still got people taking the test.
Man, half of my.
Will the quiz be available later for download?
The quiz, which I just decided what I'm going to do,
Jamal.
Put it out
Just
now.
posted
decided.
on riseofthemortals.org, so you can view it there. I'll just scan it, put it on there. You can view it at your leisure.
Hey,
There's no way to take.
the picture just went out.
Answer it at your leisure.
Oh, is that me?
Huh?
Did I do that?
Like online. There's no way to take.
Uh-oh.
What happened?
Yeah, there's
Cameras
always.
messed up?
I guess the battery died already.
On the camera?
What the heck?
I take it out.
They can still hear it though.
Will do that? Okay, cool.
Now you can show them the answers.
It's probably overheating.
But they can still hear?
Good enough for now.
That's fine. You can do it on sleep face. All right, is everyone ready to go over the answers? So, now you get into pop quiz number 1, date July 7, 1439, Moorish calendar year, 2018, Roman calendar year. Number 0, what is your name? Get that wrong, I'm sorry.
It doesn't say no.
I know. It's all right. Number 1, what is your nationality? What's the answer to that?
More.
Marsh
Did
America.
anyone get anything different? Good Moroccan? Okay,
Is that right or wrong?
same. Because remember, Moroccan, Moorish, same thing. Moabite, same thing. Moro, same thing. Canaanite, well, it's a different word, but we're the same. So yeah, if you look at Canaanite, that wasn't right. Hamatite, Cushite, all that good stuff. Number 2. Yes, that would be correct too. Number 2. Define what nationality is. Bloodline. Did anyone put anything different?
Science.
I put culture and physical attributes of a people.
Okay.
But most important is bloodline.
Bloodline. Anyone got anything else?
That other stuff I said was wrong. Culture.
I
and-
put-
No, that's not wrong.
All right. But
I put-
bloodline is most important.
Nationality, bloodline, and political standing, and alliance.
Great. Number 3. Who is the Moorish American prophet? What did you say? No, Darley. Did anyone put anything different? Also, Al-Haj Sharif Abdul Ali would have been correct because it is the same person.
I'll take that.
Al-Haj Sharif Abdul Ali was the name that he was anointed by the heads of Egypt and Mecca. He went to Egypt at age 16 and proved himself amongst the Adams. Sharif Abdul Ali. When was Drawley born?
January 8th, 1886.
That is correct. January 8th, 1886. Number 5. Define the word black. B-L-A-C-K. What does black mean?
Old English. Pale.
Yes.
I put pale, flushed from color, or dead.
Yes. So we got, you said it's from what, old what?
Old English.
So black from Old English is what?
Pale.
Pale. But what is it in Old English? No, what is the
Bleak.
word that you said?
Bleak.
Oh, bleak, yeah.
Bleak. So black in Old English is bleak, which means pale.
No, sorry, lead.
Blake.
B-L-A-E-C.
B-L-A-E-C.
Lead.
To shine, to burn, pale. Someone said dead. That's correct. Huh? Wane. What else?
Flush from color.
Fluff in color. What's
Flush.
Fluff? Oh,
Flush.
flush in color.
Flush from color, no color.
Okay, flush from color.
Yeah.
Yes. Absence of color. Absence of light. All of those would have been correct. Number 6. What is
The science or the study of language is what I
the
put.
science
Or the study.
of language? Yes. It's a study of words.
Study of words. All right.
Yes,
Study of the root of words?
yes, which is studying language. Anyone put anything different? Put nothing. That is wrong.
Definitely.
What is transliteration?
The study of how words change or translate.
The study of how words are translated. I will accept that. Anyone
I
else
put the transformation of words.
transformation of words. That is acceptable.
I mean, is that about the same? Is that?
Yeah, that's good.
I put like reading into words, like dissecting.
Reading into words.
Dissecting the words, like how you tell us to do.
I accept
That's
that.
how I accept it.
The process of changing language and spelling and words.
Process of changing language.
Because it's the process of how words change through different languages.
Yeah.
So yeah, you're right. So trans means to change. Liter means is the process, so it's the changing of the letters. That's what transliteration means. What is the difference between? So number 8 is what is the difference between connotation and denotation?
Connotation is how the recent, the newest understanding of a word, where the denotation is the original meaning of the word.
I'll accept that.
Does that make sense to everybody? Because it's kind of worded different from what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
I wrote kind of the same thing. True meaning versus slang.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
basically, yeah.
So connotative is the comparison of what the word is like. What they tell you it's like. Denotative is the actual meaning.
That too. Anyone else put anything else?
You say that again? I didn't hear you.
Using the correct parsing syntax grammar when you know that something is correctly connotated is using adverb, verb language, or descriptive language.
Sounds the same.
That too.
A lot
So
more detail, but sounds the same.
connotation is what a word can imply. Denotation is what the word means. Yes.
They can see you now, so don't pick your nose anymore.
Don't pick my nose in there. So again, connotation is what a word can imply. Like this is a room, but I could say I feel at home here. This is not a home. But you get what I'm saying when I say that. This is a room. That would be the denotation. Cool. Number 9. What did Drali mean when he said, to be a citizen of any government, you must claim your national descent name, because they place their trust upon issues and names formed by their forefathers. So he said to know thyself because government is family. I accept that. Anyone put anything different?
Yeah, I put to hold them to treaties from their forefathers.
To hold them to who?
I guess that's why it didn't make sense to
Well,
hold
no, that
them,
makes sense.
meaning
No,
the
it makes
colony.
sense. I'm just asking, like, hold who? Like, what do you mean by that? Can you
Me-
you elaborate? Because you're right.
When I say them, meaning the colonizers or the forefathers' names that we've been using that are not really ours. When I say
So-
them,
So to hold anyone to anything, pretty much. That's what you're saying. That's correct. So as an example, since we're Moors and we've gone to a treaty with China, and then someone walks up to us, they say, well, I'm Chinese. We say, oh, yeah, well, okay, we got a treaty with y'all. We're going to treat you accordingly. But if they're Chinese and they come up to us and say, I'm yellow, then we're like, ooh. Huh? But then we don't recognize that. Because what laws are you going by?
Yeah.
To be within our society, what laws are you going by? Right. Number 10. In what year did the prophet establish the old Canaanite temple, and what was it established as?
I put 1928 as well. I don't know how right it is. That's why I didn't speak up.
So 1928 is established at the Moorish Science Temple.
Anyone put anything different? I'll ask it again.
I put the Marshall Holy Temple too.
Of science, because it got changed after.
Everyone got it wrong.
Dang it.
I'll ask it again and then answer it.
How'd you get it?
In what year did
No, I
prophet-
wasn't looking.
did the prophet establish the old Canaanite temple? And what was it established as? It was established in 1913, and it was established as a civic organization to do exactly what we're doing now. So
Civics
civic
organization?
organization,
Civic.
yes. And I put that in the beginning of my book. So if you want the answer to that, you can get it in the beginning of my book. If you don't have my book, go to riseofthemortals.org and you can order my book. So again, Dorothy established the Old Canaanite Temple in 1913, and it's established as a civic organization where we are to learn government, etc. Number 11, what does the word mortgage mean? Anyone put anything different? He says debt pledge. No one put anything else.
I put a dead pledge, then that was it.
That's what it is.
Pay for that.
That's what it means
That's a debt pledge.
etymologically.
What does it say?
Mortgage means death, gage means pledge, like engagement or mortuary,
What does the word
morgue.
mortgage mean?
Right. So number 12, what is conversion?
It's a transfer. I'm thinking conversion, transfer.
I put the same thing.
I didn't put anything because I wasn't sure.
When cheated, somebody that you original.
No, you're thinking of reversion. Conversion is the appearance of a transfer, as defined by Black's Law Dictionary 4th edition, which I did not write.
Yeah.
So if you want the answer to number 11, 12, 13, and 14, 13, 14, 15, 16, and 17, go to Black's Law Dictionary 4th edition. So conversion is the appearance that. So when the Europeans say the reason why they had any claim of ownership here is because they got the deeds of trust from the Indians.
Indian title.
No, they say the deeds of trust from
Oh.
the Indians. That's conversion. The reason why is because no transfer took place because A, we Indians, B, a deed of trust is not ownership of property, and C, hereditaments, land, can't be sold or transferred to someone else. So that's conversion. A transfer never took place because it can't. Because of those following reasons. Not limited to those, but-
If you say Indian solar man,
or for rocks or for some or peace pipe.
I literally have a
Draw.
story out there saying.
I know.
Indian solar man.
Yeah. There's a story that so-called Narragansett Indians were so uncivilized that they were coining money, meaning gold and silver, and they gave the deed of trust to the Rod Williams, and they signed like this. And like this.
No, it's so white. Because he's next to a white wall.
Signed like that, and I was just thinking, so instead of putting them all like this, it's like that. So that's conversion. Clearly, that doesn't identify conversion.
You wanted to draw a picture?
Well, no. I'm saying, I'm giving you an example of what conversion.
Okay, yeah.
The Europeans saying we got ownership of land. When deed of trust is ownership.
Was that the posture they used too?
Yeah.
Said it?
Let me sign this paper.
Looks official. How can anybody argue with it?
If you can get this land now for future rocks. That's exactly how.
Thank you, Chief Bow and Arrow, for giving me your.
Chief bow and arrow.
It's Chief Full Squirrel. You, sir, have to do today.
Oh, squirrel.
All right, so continue. What is cheating? That is number 13. What is cheating? ESCH. I don't know how to spell it. Yes. I don't know why the letters are getting jumbled in my head. ESC.
Gosh.
G.
ESCHEATING. Cheating with an ES in front of it. Can you cheat? No. No cheating.
No S cheating either.
Yes, but what does is cheating mean? They operate off conversion and is cheating. You know what conversion is? It's an alleged transfer. So what is cheating? Your hands up?
No, to convert unlawfully.
That's conversion.
It's like the, it's like the moving in the church, chopping down the box. You know it's illegal, but they'll do something. It's cheating, it's like, literally, you're just taking upon person, take something.
So when you look up Black's Law Dictionary, 4th edition, go to is cheating. It says it's cheating is the reversion of property or the taking of property for a lack of an heir competent enough to inherit it. But it's not always negative.
We know this.
Because when you read the treaty, I think it's of Tripoli of Morocco, when it talks about the consuls coming in, and if no will is, then they take custody of the property. That's just cheating.
I put administration of land.
Yeah.
So like,
Or hereditaments, yes.
sorry. So like, so if there's like a lot that's vacant, you can take it and that part is
That's-
cheating?
No, because that's us claiming our land.
You can't take
This is Morocco, we're Moors, right? We're Moors, right? Let's say a Chinese person comes here, right? You know, we grant them citizenship, they get a house, they have children, and their whole farmland, everything, it goes to their children. But their children are like 7 years old. When the Chinese adults die, one of their consuls can come in and take care of it for that child. That's the cheating. Because it doesn't belong to them, it's for the child, but the child's not competent. Consuls can come in, so when it goes to court, okay, who does this go to? The consul's like, okay, well, I'll
Administer it.
them until either he becomes competent or someone else in the family comes and does it. That's his cheating. But it's not negative.
It's not always
Yeah,
negative.
it's not how it's done. But they're operating off of that principle because we still act incompetent. You know what I'm saying?
So it's cheating on our side.
Yeah. It's cheating is the administration of property or an estate or hereditaments when there's a lack of an heir competent enough to inherit it.
Yeah, to take claim over birthright.
property, land, hereditaments.
You can say estate. That says all of that. It's just if you don't know that, then I listed it. Nah, someone said birthright. On the comment?
Yeah, it looked like somebody.
Birth cannot be at the what is, so number 14 is, what is an allodial title?
Proof of true ownership, I put.
That is, I'll accept that. I'll accept that.
What is it? What did you say?
She said free title? I'll
Free
accept
title?
that.
Good thing you read it because you got it.
I'll accept that. Anyone else got anything different?
I put ownership of an indigenous person to the land.
Okay. What does the phrase chain of title mean?
I took a stab at it. I want to say descent. Like, that's something descent.
Yes. Anyone else got anything different?
I didn't hear that. Say that again.
So I said descent. So chain of title, that would chain of title. Title's company.
Exactly. Exactly. So let's say this is the allodial title to my house. I'm holding it because I'm competent, but it's for my heirs, for my children, their children, their children, their children. So when I pass, it gets, they are in control of the house now. They're administrative. And then it will be recorded that, Maul died, his son or daughter, so-and-so became the administrator of the estate. Then that person dies, it goes on to the next heir. That gets recorded. And to the next one. That gets recorded. So if someone, so if you say, let's say you're my cousin, but let's say there's something happens, you need to look at the record for whatever reason. You say, well, let me see the chance.
Somebody come move
Let me
in.
see, or let's say it gets handed to an heir. Let's say you're my brother or whatever, and it gets handed to me, but then I'm going doing something. You say, well, no, it was actually handed to me. Then you can say, well, let me see the chain of title, let me see the record where it was handed down to you. You know what I'm saying? So, some type of record. Exactly. So, for any European claiming ownership of anything here, period,
They're gonna show us a
let me
chain
see
of
the
title. Where'd you get it from? Who'd you leave it to?
And no damn arrows, not no signature, and no deed of trust, and it's not ownership. So let me see your chain of title. You who? That's chain of title. Well, proof, yes. The record. Let me see the record.
The record, the list of people who own that.
Yes. From the original grantor. Hope y'all see how important this is.
Yes, yes.
All right, great. Great. What is an adverse claim? Number 16. What is an adverse claim? So everyone clear on the chain of title, right?
Yeah.
All right. Number 16. What is an adverse claim?
I put reverse claim back to someone.
I accept that.
What was that?
Say it again.
Reverse claim back to someone.
What do you got, son? I'll accept that. So an adverse claim is this, right? This is my projector. And then you say, that was mine. That's an adverse claim. Two people are claiming it. I'm saying. And it's opposed to his, and his is opposed to mine. That's an adverse claim. I'm saying. So let's say I'm European, you're Moor, right? I'm European. This is Morocco, right? Right? Hold on, let me this is Morocco, right? You're Moor, I'm European. That projector is some land.
That's how they walk in.
No, they don't got that much.
Oh, my bad. This is mine. This is. That's adverse claim.
And then he would ask for the chain of title to say, where did you get that
Yeah, in the
from?
lawful process. Well, it's mine because my grandfather Fred was born here, and he's American.
Can more than two have an adverse claim? Can there be more than two people involved?
The 3 people?
Yeah, but then that gets sticky.
Yeah, it's not, you know, when
But
it's,
there's something called I can't remember exactly what it's called, but it's the it's like right there. You know what I mean? It's the first claim. You know what I'm saying? So let's say that projector's abandoned, and then you claim first.
Oh, Dan, we
So
talked
then I
about
come
this
in
too.
afterwards and claim it. Yours was first.
As long as his was legal, right?
Lawful, yeah.
As long as his was lawful.
But we're both Moors, right? But you already claimed it first. You already did it.
So yeah, that's it.
It's all late.
So you the European, you claim it first, and I come to more behind you.
Yeah, but if I'm European and this is Morocco, then my claim is feudal, man. You can be argued.
So
There are more.
It's not legal.
Yours can't be argued.
If we two Europeans and more come in the third party, like.
Yeah. In the Article 3 court.
So 20, he said two Europeans and more come in.
They gotta-
You automatically take Trump.
Yeah,
You cut them right out.
Because remember your status, your standard state condition as it relates to everyone else. So if they're European, they're feudal, they're colonial, their claim doesn't stand against yours. It only stands if no one else claims it.
They were resolved.
But this ain't Europe.
They're fighting over it, but like, don't worry. I'll take
Yeah,
care
if they're fighting over it,
I'll
don't worry.
take it.
I'll claim it.
Yeah,
I'll take it, dude. Don't worry.
Take it out of your hands.
Don't stress.
Is everyone good on that? Adverse claim. Number 17. What is a quit claim?
Stop
You
claiming
got something
it.
written
the transferring of property land through documents from the grantor to the beneficiary. It's-
Telling somebody to stop acting like it's yours.
I put stop claiming ownership.
Hold on. I can't hear.
All right.
What are you saying?
I said, we basically ask someone to quit their plan, because you know what they're actually here to.
Well, quick claim document would be like having a document saying, I got this from the grantor. Or you are the grantor, as a more or your grandparents are the grantor, so you could have a quick claim document showing all these documents and stuff and that you own the property.
There's no.
I said all of that. So, go ahead. You can't use the word to define it. But you're right, I know what you're saying. So yeah. So quit means to release. So release your claim or stop your claim. It doesn't necessarily have to be, a European who you tell them to quit their claim. It could be, someone who just doesn't own something, or someone just, release it to me.
But just like how we went to see the house, because there was an African guy.
Yeah.
That,
Well, he quit claimed it to someone else.
that's what I'm saying. Either way, though, if he wasn't, it's not like he nationalized his competence, so he wouldn't know. He could live with me and say,
But either way,
Well, even
they can't prove any chain of title.
no, I know that. But I'm saying either way, we able to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd say we could do it amongst each other too. Like if that was my necklace and I just left it there and you picked it up,
Yeah, you can issue
Put your
a
claim on it.
the necklace.
Yeah, stop saying it's yours. I
So
left
it's a
it
release
there.
of claim, yes. So it's very akin to discharging a debt. You know what I'm saying? Because if I own it, then there's a lien on it. So if you want it, there's a debt. You have to pay me for it. You know what I'm saying? So notice how the law will perform against your will, how it can be manipulated.
if we're moving in slow motion or if there's a delay, the library that we're at has a bad connection. So we're getting like delayed laughs and stuff.
I'm moving in slow motion.
Pimp walk. Yeah, the Matrix.
Oh, no, you see my pimp walk? Number 18. What is the sole purpose of government?
To create structure and organize, so we can make sure that the justice,
I said that.
To enforce the will of the people. To enforce the will of the people.
Anyone else? Anyone got anything different? Remember, in the Quran, it says everyone was granted their own measure of wisdom.
I put to protect the people and their liberties.
Yes. So, if you'd like to know if you would like to see an example of what government's sole job is, you can read the Unanimous Declaration on Independence, where it says, "We hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, and among these are life, liberty, the pursuit of happiness. That to secure these rights, governments were instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed." So that's telling you a trust. The Europeans wrote that, but they got it from us. Who wrote it? So when you read it, you're seeing a trust is created. So people were born with pre-existing rights. Then the people created government to protect those rights. And then the government, the people who elect, get their power from the people, right? So number 19, where do elected officials derive their power from?
The people.
Tracking, any questions on that?
It's a body or a group of, let me read that again, it's a body or a group within the society to administrate and trust the people's interests.
Yes. So I answered 18, I answered 19. How many articles are there in the American Constitution? 1791. Well, to
Dang.
get this answer, go to the Constitution. So let's go to it.
Am I right?
We're about to go to it.
Why would you guess?
Let's go to it, right? So let's go to the Constitution to figure out how many articles there are. So we the people, Article 1, legislative. Article 2, executive. Article 3, judicial. Article 4, state relations. Article 5, mode of amendment. Article 6, prior debts, national supremacy, oath of office. And Article 7, ratification. 7, just like the shoppers, just like days of the week, just like Elohim,
Dang.
the 7 planetary energies. 7. Shame on you for being wrong. No, I'm kidding. Shame on all of you.
It's like Game of Thrones. Shame.
Number 21. When was the coup d'etat? Anyone got anything different? 1861. The year was 1861. What is a coup d'etat? That's number 22. Usurpation of a nation? Yes.
Wait, 1861?
Yes. So number 22, he said a coup d'etat is a usurpation of a nation. Anyone got anything different?
I put overthrow. What'd you say?
Overthrow,
Yeah, I put overthrow.
U-S-U-R-P-A-T-I-O-N. Usurpation. Usurp. U-S-U-R-P-A-T-I-O-N. Usurpation or an overthrow. So coup d'etat means internal overthrow.
Somebody said you wrote the answer on your hand.
He is cheating.
You wrote the answer on your hand?
Cheating.
Oh.
And somebody said coup d'etat is an internal takeover.
Yes. Number 23.
I used to like cheating too.
Right.
Those are all of the
Right. Number 23. What is the Monroe Doctrine? Anyone?
He's looking at you like you should know.
That's when they see you clearly get up, figure out how you're gonna cut up money.
No, you're thinking of Jekyll Island, and you're thinking of from 1910 to about 1930. The Monroe Doctrine was a
Somebody got
doctrine
an F
that
plus.
President James Monroe put together to counter European usurpation of the United Colonies. Because remember, they were dealing with the secret treaty of Verona back then. This was about 1823.
I didn't.
We were dealing with President James Monroe. So the Monroe Doctrine was to end European invasion of the Union colonies. So everyone, huh? Yeah. Everyone good on that? Mm-hmm. The Monroe Doctrine is dealing with President James Monroe and him counteracting European invasion into the Union of Colonies.
They tried to stop their colonizers.
Well, they tried to do exactly what they did then, which was the coup. They were trying to do it then. They were always trying to do that.
Oh.
Remember, when you're dealing with that time period, you're dealing with the secret treaty of Verona. And us robbing their ships and what have you. Yep, 1823. Yep. So that's the Monroe Doctrine.
And that was 1823, you said?
Yes. Who was the first country, or what was the first country, same, to recognize the United Colonies as a sovereign power? What country was that?
Us.
Morocco.
Hey, Morocco. Squad goals, right?
No.
U.S.? Number 25. Wait.
Yeah.
25.
Yeah.
What is the status of the European occupiers of the Moorish imperial divan? Huh? What's their status?
Public service.
No.
I put foreigner.
All right. He might be right now because I'm not
The
sure.
letter, the general civil order has the one this. So I'm just saying.
So, all right, so they are trustees. They are.
What is trustee is that?
Yes. They are foreigners, yes. They're also de facto. That was the answer that I was looking for, but the other ones are correct. They are de facto.
Shout
They
out to
exist-
Amir Harsin L. He
they
said de
exist
facto.
In fact, but that does not necessarily mean they are lawful. Although de facto isn't always a negative thing. Everyone tracking on that? Any questions on it? Great. Silence means you don't have to. Number 26. Describe what the Moorish flag looks like. Right behind me is not a description.
Red canvas, 5-pointed star.
Say it again.
Red canvas, 5-pointed green
Red
star.
canvas, 5-pointed star. Anyone got anything different?
I got a red flag with a green, maybe.
It's-
Yeah.
It's like a red flag with a Venus.
Venus?
Venus.
Star David is 6 point, right?
Yeah.
That's the Judas thing.
So, the Moorish flag, huh? That's Venus. So the Moorish flag is red, the 5-pointed green star in the center. Now, the reason why that's very important, because Burley set that up, he put that in the Quran questions for Moorish Americans, and you'll often see a lot of Moorish Americans with a different flag claiming to be Moorish Empire or Moorish this, or this is the right flag, and that's the right flag, when the Prophet said that. Jamal didn't say that. The Prophet said that. And then the Prophet said, I'm paraphrasing, before I told you who you were, no one was trying to teach you anything or tell you anything or even talk to you. So why listen to them now?
Right.
So he's the one who did all the work and put everyone else on. So why listen to them when they say, you know, the flag looks like this, or there was no flag anciently, and the Greek star wasn't on it, and why listen to them when they weren't back then revealing what the Prophet did when he was doing? So why listen to them? That's like y'all coming to this class, right? Telling y'all are Moors, right? And then some Indian chief comes out the woodwork saying, well, y'all are Moors because of this, and this, and our flag looks like this. Y'all gonna listen to him? Yeah, but now Greek's getting big, you know what I'm saying?
And then
Now
he
they
try
gonna
to
say
come and
something.
steal the, what was you saying earlier about the try to come and steal the direction
Oh
of
yeah,
the
like
limelight?
Abu Ali said, right?
Yep.
They try to disqualify him so that they may take charge of the situation. I don't know why I just
Yep.
did that. I memorized it. Right? So,
I know.
number 27. How many parts of speech are there? List as many as you can. How many parts of speech? 8 is correct.
Did. Yeah. Yeah, they can hear.
Name them.
Oh, I'm thinking.
Oh, I set up the audio separate, so if the camera dies.
Noun, verb, adjective, adverb.
Say it again.
Noun, verb, adjective, adverb,
Slow down, Mr. Genius. Noun, verb, what? Adverb? Adjective?
yeah,
Come on, I got a little man school me all up.
adverb,
Yep.
pronoun, common noun,
It's still fresh.
This is fresh, man.
Yeah, he just learned this.
And I just forgot it.
That's about to got it today.
I never.
Any more? What'd you say?
We
common
got
noun,
noun, verb,
Pronoun.
adjective, adverb, pronoun,
common noun,
common nouns. The group of nouns.
Synonym, one of those. Consonant.
No,
No.
Synonym, no.
I know.
I have it.
Verb, adjective, adverb.
Cheating.
Contact?
Cheating.
Write it down, these three.
conjunction,
It's hard.
conjunction,
There you go.
You're welcome. I got one.
You better say thank you too.
Yeah. 5 times.
Give us the first letter.
N-I.
Injunction. Interjection.
What do you just say?
means it come, everyone, with conjunction.
That's a good toss.
Dad, how about next, how about tomorrow we go by the fence?
Prepositions.
How about tomorrow we go by the fence?
Hey, want to speak? Everyone, you did a great job. Give some round of applause, please.
Thank you, thank you.
All right, great job. 8 parts of speech, they are noun, verb, adjective, adverb, pronoun, conjunction, interjection, and preposition. This is important because when you're writing your writs, you have to know grammar, syntax, sentence structure, and how to read law. Because when you read the definition of consular, they'll say a Roman representative, right? Or a representative of Rome, right? So of would be that preposition or that substantive connector, which just connects the word representative and Rome, meaning it can exist without the word Rome. You know what I'm saying? So it's a representative. Second, you'll see more say, read consulars. A consular is a Roman god. Well, if you know how to read, you know, of course, the speech are like this 14-year-old does, and you'll see that there's a preposition, and it's two clauses, and it can exist on its own. Jackie, do we need another example of that? I'm going to give you another example, but this is very important because people are going to try to fool you.
Hey, some people got F's.
Another example. All right, I'll give you another example.
Then we just learned this.
I'll give you another example of using 8 parts of speech to figure out what a word is, right? This right here, king. Right? Now, a ruler. Right? Sure enough. King. Oh. Right? King means ruler, right? So some people will say, well, king is just a ruler of England. No. This would be the preposition, which means it can stand on its own. So that means you get rid of that. So king is still a ruler, not just a ruler of England. You get what I'm saying? Are you sure? All right, cool. I'm just saying that because you'll see a lot of people saying, well, like a consular, again, is just this guy in Rome. But it's not strictly dealing with one thing. All right, cool. I'm just trying to make sure. Continue. 28. What does the word writ mean?
A command?
No.
Is it the conveyance of the act of thought?
A writ, a conveyance of an act of thought. I'll accept that.
Written form, a command,
Yes,
I put written command.
yes. So you can find the answer to that in Black's Law Dictionary, 4th edition. They'll say a writ is a precept in writing, and then you define precept means a command. So a writ is a command. So when you see writ of removal, you see command of removal. You see a writ of prohibitio, I command you to prohibit your actions. What is diversity of citizenship? That's number 29. What is diversity of citizenship? Dispute between two different nationals? No.
I put a conflict.
I'll accept it,
Between
but it's
two
not
different-
necessarily a dispute. Right. What you say?
I put a conflict between two
Conflict
different.
between two different nationals. I'll accept that, although it's not necessarily conflict.
It's just a nationality, diverse nationality, gender,
So it's different.
orientation.
So it's just different nationalities.
I put different statuses.
It's just statuses. I'll accept that. So it's just different nationalities. It's just diverse. You got four diverse water bottles in here. They're all different. But that doesn't mean there's a conflict between them. And that does not mean that there's an issue between them. It's just they're different. 30. How did the Moors fall?
Infighting.
Infighting. Infighting, that is my number one accepted answer. Infighting. Infighting. Fighting
Amongst each other. All right, all right.
And this is where you get the argument where black people will say, well, Moors sold blacks into slavery.
Well, I put Dirty Moors.
Dirty Moors, yeah, that's same.
She should be written up like that.
Yeah, that's stupid. Fighting amongst ourselves. That's how we fell. And then you can also get Noble Dry Lee's answer in chapter. Let's come on down. It's chapter 47, where he said, through sin and disobedience, every nation has suffered slavery due to the fact they honored not the creed and principle of their forefathers. Now let's just go to the creed real fast. Right? Let's go to the how can I not find this?
You gotta memorize.
Let's go to the why can I go? Something missing. The Holy Covenant of the Asiatic Nation. That's one. So he said, through sin and disobedience, every nation has suffered slavery due to the fact they honored not the creed and principles of their forefathers. So let's see what the Holy Covenant of the Asiatic Nation is. Ye are children of one father, provided for his care, and the breast of one mother hath given you suck. But the bonds of affection therefore unite thee with thy brothers, that peace and happiness may dwell in thy father's house. And when ye separate in the world, remember the relation that bindeth you to love and unity, and prefer not a stranger before thy own blood. If thy brother is in adversity, assist him. If thy sister is in trouble, forsake her not. So shall the fortunes of thy father contribute to the support of his whole race, and his care to be continued to all in your love for each other. And then when you read, when the Inquisition was being fought against us, the Osmans or the Ottomans did not come to our aid. Then, when you see what happened with the Pequot and Narragansett Moors, the Pequot and Narragansett were fighting against each other. What else is this? That's pretty much. I mean, it's war, but what do we fight each other for? We're the same people. And like you said, well, you shouldn't be mourning now about that. Well, first of all, in this book, Darley said every temple is supposed to have their own laws and customs. So if we have the custom of wearing the white tassel and females with white feathers, and that's our custom. That's
either way. Are we harming you? Are we in your way?
The prophet didn't teach that.
Yeah. Well, nope. and then when more say that, well, when Darley set it up, he set up so that the Supreme Grand Council is the only body that can say what's injurious to the Moorish Science Temple of America. Now, are you a member of that Supreme Judicial body? Are you a Supreme Grand Council member? If not, then they cannot tell you crap.
Yeah, if not.
That's what the prophet said. So if they're talking about what the prophet told, put that in their face and then let them answer that. Well, you misinterpreted it. Well, yeah, I bet. Right? So, that is why we fell, because we started violating our own crap. And then when you read, we do more research history, you'll see that the Europeans were paying like Algiers and Tunis to fight other nations for them. Just for the gold.
Which brings us to the next question.
What is the answer? Oh, what is money? Gold and silver. Fiat can be accepted as money, but it's not. Money is only gold and silver.
Money, then the right way, like they said, if we give it to them, it's a move.
Now, there's a difference between money and currency. Fiat can be used as currency.
Apples can be used as currency. Whatever we feel to anything, whatever you accept.
As currency, paper can be used as currency.
Handshake, whatever.
Bottles can be used as currency. Right, so we know what currency is, right? We know the difference between money and currency. The difference between money and currency is money is the physical thing. Currency represents your energy. Remember, you're dealing with current, electrons, energy. So let's say this is money. Right? Let's say this piece of paper is money, and I pass it to you. Right? So I'll pass it to you. That's one term. Then you pass it over to him, then to her, and then that's currency. That's the transfer of energy. So you know, like when you'll see like if you research, you'll see like other nationals, like the so-called Jew, the Jew dollar circulates in their community at least 96 times or whatever. That's the energy within their community. They're giving it to each other, so the energy stays up. And the black community, it stays in our pockets for like a day.
A day, day and a half.
6 hours. My bad.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Depends. If it's raining, you might stay inside.
That's why they say, you know, we make other people rich. We make people rich because we're giving them our energy. Nah, it's okay. I can go. So we give people our energy because we're giving them currency. So it's not about the physical money, the dollar at all. It's not about the USD at all. It's about our energy because we're putting energy to get that. So instead of putting energy into our knowledge or our children, that's why they're called occupationally abandoned, because we have to go to work to put up that so-called mortgage so that they can have a place to live. Meanwhile, people like Raimondo, Europeans, are discharging their mortgage so they don't have to have a shitty quality of life like we do. Remember, it's never about the money. It's about your energy. Yes, because that is your energy. Right? We good on that? You're welcome. Well, hand it to me upside down now. What is the Federal Reserve Bank?
I put this place where private business where they're supposed to give you gold for your notes.
Yes, that is true. Anyone else put anything different?
Private company.
Yes.
That's
So-
crap.
What?
A private company that prints crap.
Yes, private company that prints crap. So it's just a private company that's in
Not
charge of,
Part of the government.
that's not government, exactly. It's a private entity, separate from government, that's pretty much controlling the energy in Morocco and across the planet. USD?
Countries were going
Well,
forward.
it's going down now, but that's what the Federal Reserve is.
I have a question. It's like, well,
Make it fast. No, I'm just
Right
kidding.
now.
well, it would have been fast.
Good.
But I don't know how you answer. I was gonna say, so like, if you was taking property under a bank, you know how you got paid basically for being on your property.
Yep.
You can't charge them a gold too.
Oh, you
Since
can.
have it.
You can.
All right, then.
But Jerome, help me claim this property. I'm like, I'm not doing that because first of all, I don't know where you are. Right? So if you need my help, I can't just fly out there and Superman take you, right? You know
No?
what I'm saying? No, I can't. You mean ain't claim.
And they don't want to give up nothing.
Just like when we were in the so-called Negro black state, all the harshness treatments. It's just now you know you're not black. Meaning they're still on your land, they're still under occupation. I'm not saying don't claim land. I'm not saying that at all. Because we need to get a building right, and we're trying to do the same thing, but we're not going to do it risking everyone's lives because we got children, we got family members. Situation or your situation, that's the end all be all. Because different people got pulled over with different outcomes. Different people claiming houses with different outcomes. Even when you read the Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, it tells you different status of Europeans, different status of Moors. Keep that in mind, please. 33. In what case did the United States, via its attorney Betty H. Richardson and Richard R. Ward, admit that the IRS is not a government agency?
It was an oil company, I want to say.
I don't know if it was an oil company, but it was a company.
Virginia
It was
Oil Company.
Diversified Metal Products versus T-Bow Company, the IRS, and one other person. It's in my book. So if you want the answer to number 33, you can go to riseandmore.org and get my book, Art of Feasible Law. It is, I'll show you.
Do you remember what page? No, you don't have to do it.
No, I don't remember which page. Well, I'll show you right now. It is this one right here. Also get this on rvpaper.com. It is Diversified Metal Products, who is the plaintiff, versus T-Bow Company Trust, Internal Revenue Service, and Steve Morgan. Feel free to pass that around. 34. Define using etymology what democracy means. That's 34. 34. Define using etymology what democracy means.
One side that holds all the power?
Without using that analogy?
No. Oh, using etymology, demo.
I don't know how to spell it. Yeah, I was right. No. Why can't I spell today? I know you can't read that, that's tiny. But demo, meaning destruction, as in demolition, demolition, destroy buildings. Ocracy, meaning power,
Well, nothing.
destruction power. And then we read my book, you'll see that I put in there in 1928, the War Department issued a piece of paper, training manual 2000, where they show you the difference between a democracy and a republic, and they show that a democracy is the mob in a ruling class. Mobocracy, that's what democracy is. That's why votes don't count. You call it mob. It's not like, I'm the mob boss, right? You got a man, you got a fishery, you got a whatever. And my boys are like, yo, go get money. And that's what the mob was. So the mob's like, okay, IRS, go tax these zeros. And then they go do it. Give me your money. Oh, you want to pay? All right. Go ahead, state police. Go ahead, keep everything. That's what it is. And we let them do it, yes. We do. Because we don't know. Because we think they're government. Right? Define, so you said that. Number 35. What is the difference between traveling and driving? So, well, the question, again, demo means destruction, as in demolition, demolition. Ocracy means power. So that's using etymology to describe what it means. Second. 35. What is the difference between traveling and driving? Which one? Driving involves commerce, so that means traveling doesn't. What are you going to say? Anyone got anything different?
Traveling is a right, driving is a privilege.
Yes. You got to go? Yeah. Okay. Peace.
Till next time.
Define the word license. What does license mean? Second? Yes, license is permission. According to Title 28, subsection 3002, what is the United States?
Corporation?
A federal corporation, yes. You can get the answer by Googling Title 28, Chapter 6, Subchapter 176, Subsection 3002, number 15A, and it will tell you the United States is a federal, meaning contract, corporation. That's why they said earlier, we agree there. You have to agree. Right? That's why the Bible says he has no power, at least what you give to him. All the devil did was call, you are the dumbass answer. According to Title 12, subsection 411 of the United States Code, House Joint Resolution 192, HJ 5404, Trust Law, Article 1, Section 8, and Article 1, Section 10. What happened when the private owners of the Federal Reserve took the gold out of circulation? And what obligations and their successors? What are the obligations and their successors? What obligations do they have? Them and their successors. So what happened when they did that, and what's their obligation? You go ahead. No.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
You had to give up.
I can't spell today.
They became our fiduciary?
Yes, I'll accept that, yes. They did become fiduciaries. What else?
You have to use their Federal Reserve notes.
Yes, we did. What else? What does the chat say?
No answers.
Okay.
They resumed responsibility for all debt.
Yes, they did. So,
Oh, yeah, they said all that is their obligation. Corporation is an artificial person.
yes. So, by violating the Constitution, they agreed that since we violated this and we're taking everyone's gold, since that's unlawful, we agreed to pay off everyone's debt because now they're using our private commercial labor, which we created. So they agreed that they would pay for that debt. And when you read Title 12, subsection 411, that's what it states. And then when you read HJ 5404 from this current de facto Congress, currently, yes, March 22nd.
What was it?
Huh? HJ 5404. You should have that.
Yeah.
Kyle passed it out last week.
Yeah, at the clock.
You'll see that they admit all of them. That they do take on the debt, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Number 39, what are the 5 titles of nobility? What are the 5 titles of nobility, Boris?
L.
They, Al, and Ollie.
Correct. Come on down. Everybody junior. Number 40, how many branches of government are there and what do they do?
There's an executive branch, I know that. Is it 3?
Hold on. Let me erase this.
Hold on.
5.
There's 5?
I don't know. I took the test.
What's the answer?
There's judicial,
Legislative.
executive, judicial, Congress, Senate, maybe the Parliament.
Actually, I have everything wrong. Not wrong. It was incorrect. I apologize.
Okay, so executive, judicial.
One of us.
Federal? No.
When you read Article 1, 2, and 3 of the Constitution, it's telling you which ones. What does Article 1 deal with? Okay, what does Article 2 deal with?
The Article 2 deals with giving the power to the local.
Let's go to the Constitution. Look.
Look what you
Read
did.
the Constitution. Real quick, right?
Definitely.
I would say real quick. Article 1.
Okay.
It says, what does that say right there? Legislative.
Legislative.
Who said that? You did?
I wrote it
Yeah.
down and took it off because
You said it was from. All right, executive,
You were
judicial,
wrong.
take a point off.
Hey, listen, that's another point.
I wasn't
5
talking
points
about
for
it.
everybody.
I'm sorry.
No, he wasn't talking loud enough. That's all right.
I heard him over there. All right, so
He wasn't talking loud enough for him.
what does the legislative branch do?
The legislative power herein granted shall be vested in Congress.
No, stop reading. What do they do?
Legislative.
Just what do L's do?
Litigate.
They make laws.
They make the law.
So L's make law. So what does legislative do? They make law. What does the judicial branch do? Which is
Adjudicate.
They.
starts with an I.
Interpretate. Aw, dang it.
They created, they interpreted. So this would be the L's, this would be the B's. What does the executive branch do?
They listen.
What do B's do?
Enforce.
Enforce. So legislative creates law, executive enforces laws, judicial interprets or interpretates the law. Yes. Yes. Well, in a judicial hearing, they would interpret. So if within the first Bill of Rights says you have the right to a well-regulated militia and the right to bear arms. When you see wars and they're mufti and they're abstract, well, according to the Constitution, they're interpreting it. They have the right to do that. That's an interpretation. Just because we call it mufti and not militia doesn't mean we can't do it. You know what I'm saying? It's the same thing.
So it's executive, they enforce the law.
Executive enforces, yes.
Judicial, they interpret, and
Yes.
legislative, they make.
Yes. Great. Y'all are all geniuses. This is why Noble Drew Ali said, I truly believe the word genius citizens, stuff.
It's stuff.
41. How are people identified?
By their surnames or by their
Huh?
By the straw name or by the nation? If they take the straw name, you have to by the straw name.
By nationality.
Yeah,
I put.
or by a nation
Wow.
right now.
Yes. So by their nationality.
I only said it because I was just looking.
No, good. It's not wrong. It's not wrong. It's not wrong. I just wasn't even thinking about that. Not wrong. So by their nationality or by their name, which your name will denote their nationality. So strong name, yes. Or your free national name. Or your nickname, whatever. What does your nationality determine? So-and-so answered it with their first question. What does your nationality determine?
Who you have allegiance to?
That is correct. What else?
Your political status, depending on where you are.
Your political what?
Status.
Yes. What else? So you have allegiance to your political status. That's pretty much it, right? And which bloodline you belong to, right? Who your ancestors are, right? 43. What is the Christian Black Codes of 1724? And what does Article 22 state about Black people and property? If you know the answer to this, you
I
can
know
get
they said that black people cannot own property.
That is correct.
Christian Black Codes I put is how to deal with your black property or slaves.
Yes.
Chattel property.
So,
Chattel
yes. So
property.
Christian Black Codes of 1724 was a document pretty much that the Europeans and the Christians agreed to or agreed with on how they would manage their slaves or their property, being Black people, Negroes, Spanish, Coloreds, Indians, etc. And then proof of the Christian Black Codes being in existence and Article 22 still being in effect is the fact that mortgages and Indian title is not ownership of property. So proof that it's still in effect today, since 1724, all the way up to now the Roman calendar 2018. What is the Renaissance? Who are the parties involved in the Renaissance? And what is its time frame? So let's start with the first part. What is the Renaissance? Yes. Yes. 7 liberal arts. I'll accept that. Yes.
What was that?
Anyone?
The 7 liberal arts.
7 liberal arts.
It's on the back of my book.
But renewal and rebirth, Renaissance.
So the Renaissance is rebirth, exactly. And then you said, who are the parties? You said the Moors went up into Europe, so one party would be the Moors, the other party would be the Europeans, right? And what was its time frame? Around what century? Around the 11th century all the way up to when? Around all the way up to the 17th century. It's just, you know, we worked it out during that time period, but it kept going. You know what I'm saying? So you are correct.
And what was the 7 principles you said?
7 liberal arts. It's on the back of my book.
Oh, all right, all right.
Yeah. Quadrivium. What does quad mean? Huh? The 11th century, 11th or 12th century, all up to the 17th century. Quadrivium, which is 4. Music. Yeah, I don't remember it.
Architecture.
No, it's grammar, music, astrology, arithmetic, rhetoric,
Logic.
yeah,
Oh.
yeah.
Logic, rhetoric, grammar, music,
So
geometry.
logic, rhetoric, and grammar would be trivia,
Yes.
and then quadrivium is
Music, geometry,
arithmetic.
Arithmetic. And astronomy.
No, it's not saying 7 liberal arts, yes. 45. How many signs are there in the zodiac wheel? List as many as you can, and if possible, in order.
12, there is? I almost said 12 too. I left it blank.
Started listing most of them in order and then.
There's 12 signs, right?
Yeah.
What's the first one?
Aries,
Second one.
Taurus,
Third one.
Gemini,
Fourth one.
Cancer,
cheating?
Not the cancer.
Yeah.
So is fire, earth, air, water. Fire, earth, air, water.
Close enough for today.
You know, and that repeats. Leo. Fire, earth. So Leo. Earth.
Libra? No.
Earth.
Virgo? No. Yeah? Oh, yeah.
And then.
Libra.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Yep.
Was it Capricorn, Sagittarius?
So, Capricorn is January.
Scorpio.
I just know.
What's next? Scorpio?
Yeah.
Sagittarius, you said was after story?
Yeah. Aquarius. Pisces.
Great job, everyone. So, first sign is Aries, your boy, Taurus, Gemini, any Gemini? Cancer, Leo, Virgo rising, Libra, Scorpio, I got Scorpio moon,
When's your birthday? On the 5th, on the 4th.
Sagittarius, fire signs, Capricorn,
Hello.
Aquarius, your Capricorn too? Pisces, my Mars is in Pisces.
Stay away.
Great.
And it was
Huh?
Earth.
It's fire, earth, air, water, fire, earth, air, water, fire, earth, air, water, fire, earth, air, water. Repeat.
Captain.
The heart. How many continents are there on Earth?
2.
No.
Continents on Earth.
Yeah.
This one's 7.
7, yes. How many seas are there on Earth? Yes. 7. So the 7 continents, 7 seas. How many distinct bodies of water called oceans are there, and you can list them?
9 or
No.
7.
No.
Either one.
No. Both are wrong.
Neither one of
Something.
those.
Huh? No.
5.
Yes.
Now name them in order.
I don't remember.
Yeah, no.
Hey, all right, man.
Wait. Huh? Oceans. Oceans.
Indian Ocean.
Pacific.
Gulf of Mexico Ocean?
No. 2 more.
2 more.
North and south. What's north?
Arctic.
South.
Antarctica.
Yep. Those are the 5 oceans. 7 continents, 7 chakras, 7 seas, 5 oceans, 5 senses. Just saying, right? Water, we're like 77% water. How many let's read that. What is the difference between paying a debt and discharging a debt?
Paying a debt is not actually paying.
Huh?
When you pay a debt, you can't pay a debt with debt. Right, so how do you pay a debt?
I said, what's the difference between paying a debt and discharging it?
Like the discharge, when you get rid of the debt. Paying the debt is.
If you pay something, you're satisfied. Right? If you discharge it, nothing was given, you just cleaned it. So if you're selling that laptop, you can say, I'm selling it for 5 pieces of paper, I can give you 5 pieces of paper. Or you can say, you know what, here. If you say, you know what, here, that's discharge.
Discharge is like giving it away.
Yeah.
I put paying the debt requires your energy, discharging requires nothing.
That's great. Yes. Yes, that's great.
Because you gotta use your energy to come up with the money to pay.
Yes. Yep. Or to go get rocks, which takes energy to do it, making rocks. Right? Anyone play anything else? Great. List the trinity of persons involved in the creation of a trust. One of the three parties is the beneficiary. Who are the other two?
A grantor,
Yes. Yes, which can also be explained as
administrator.
yes, or fiduciary. Great. Geniuses. Everyone's a genius. How many cells are there? List them. How many cells?
Higher and lower.
Yes.
But also,
All cells. What is the difference between the word birth and the word begotten?
Ship's birth, cargo, humans, begotten, other humans.
Yes. So what does begotten mean?
procreate,
Procreate, yes. What does birth mean?
the artificial bonding.
That was the answer. Artificial bonding? I'll accept that. So the word birth, B-I-R-T-H, and B-E-R-T-H is the same. And their root word is the word bear, meaning to hold or to hold fast, right? So when a ship is berthing, it's anchored. It's held there, to be held, right? Then when they put birth certificates on our people, they're anchoring a debt on us or holding us to an obligation that is not ours. Begotten is a past participle of the word beget, which means to procreate. So I was already begotten. You know what I'm saying? Any questions on that? Great. 53. Define the word color. What's color mean?
Fake?
Yes. Color is anything painted, stained, varnished, or dyed. It's an appearance, similarly from as distinguished from that which is real. So, you're not seeing the actual number 5. I just drew that on here with a colored Sharpie. It's not really there. Because when you do this, it goes away. I can't do this and then I stop being brown. This is what I look like. Define the word jurisprudence. Jurisprudence, I can see.
Having knowledge of the law, having scholarship.
Juris, right?
I'll tell you that.
Juris, right?
I'll tell you that. So juris, the word jur or juris or just means right, correct, or positive. Prudence means science or philosophy. So jurisprudence is the science or philosophy of just, right, or positive law. Because there is no such thing as like evil. You know what I'm saying? Knowledge is neutral. It all depends on how you use it, which determines its effect. Prudence is science or philosophy. Just, juris, means right or positive or correct. Prudence means science or philosophy, which when you look up what philosophy means, it means science. So when Riley said black according to science means death, jurisprudence is a science. Etymology is a science. Nature is a science. Law is a science. Connotation is whatever you want. Define the word Islam. What does Islam mean?
Peace.
Islam means peace. You said it means what?
I self-love master.
It also means I self-law and master. You're correct. The word Islam is derived from salam, which means peace. Is what is the connection between Islam and the Iroquois law of peace?
The American Constitution?
Say that again? Yes, why? Yes.
I didn't hear the answer.
He said because the Iroquois law of peace is peace, and Islam means peace.
Oh, all right, all right.
Then
So the connection between the two is peace.
peace, yes. Also, do this. What is their religion? Islam, right? What is their law? Peace. What does Islam mean? Peace. Then when you go to the Quran, where Ali said religion is law, right? And then what? Law's interchangeable, right? Hey.
Yes. Can't spell it right today.
So we see Iroquois, you see Iraq, same. You see Memphis over here, and Memphis in Egypt, same. You see Cairo over here, and Cairo in Egypt, same. You see the Mississippi, you see the Nile, same. You see pyramids over here, pyramids over there, same. You see dark-skinned people over here, and dark-skinned people over there, same. You see Cujo in so-called Jamaica, and Cujo in so-called Ghana, and the same. Same. When you see Moors with the fez on, you see Haile Selassie with his fez on was gold, same.
I know.
No, we don't. It's temperature.
They trying to get us out here today. It never feel like
They don't like.
Yeah, you know.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it
it
does.
does. Reason in there.
This will get hard. Just the
Turns up red flag. Yes, you are correct. Come on down. You are correct. In 1928, the Moorish Holy Temple of Science did adopt the Moorish Science Temple of America as its corporate name. Number 58. What is the difference between dogma and religion? What is the difference between dogma and religion?
I put nothing.
Dogma
It's for the group.
is what the Europeans brought us to reform.
I like it. He ain't gonna like it.
Obviously.
So since we're on camera and there's a microphone, can you repeat that please? Because it was side conversation.
This mind dogma is what the Europeans brought us as told us is their religion. And religion is the actual study or the actual science of the theological class or of waters.
Except that. Anyone else want to say anything else? Okay, so the difference between dogma can be seen as an opinion. Religion is fact. As an example, that's just my little example without using etymology of what the words actually mean. Right. Also, you can use this as an example. The difference between dogma and religion is dogma is saying women come from the rib of man. Religion is saying observe all things which I commanded of you, and lo, I'm with you always. If you observe nature, nature tells you man comes from woman.
Dogma is the deliberate, decisive separation of that religion, study of itself.
Great. Very well written. Anyone else want to add anything else to that?
No, that was great. Say that again, the first part?
Dogma is a deliberate, decisive separation of facts.
Deliberate, decisive separation of facts.
So you know, like when I don't know how many of you have been to church, but you ask the reverend something, and they'll say, "Don't question the word of God." He can't give you an answer. That's dogmatic. What you mean? Don't ask questions. Don't question truth. When God says, "I reject those who reject knowledge," so what are you talking about? Right? What else we got now? What is the difference between education and indoctrination?
Education builds the mind, indoctrination drives the mind.
Say that again?
Education builds the mind, and indoctrination traps the mind.
I wrote down indoctrination, brainwash, education, learn.
So when you break down the word education, edu means to draw out. So education is drawing out what is already in you. Indoctrination is putting something else in you. Like we all are different according to the stars, literally the zodiac. So if you're not good at painting, right? I'm not gonna teach you painting stuff. Because I'm not drawing out what's already in you. I'm trying to put something in.
I'm not good at
So number 60. What does the word God mean? What does it mean? Revolt. Yes, it does mean that. Anyone got anything different?
Higher self, I put. But that's wrong.
Okay, you're using it conversatively, but okay. I'll accept that. What else? So God is derived from the German Gott, G-O-T-T, which is derived from Sanskrit Huta, H-U-T-A, which means to invoke, to call upon, and to pour out. So when you speak, you're invoking things, or you're calling upon something, or you're pouring something out of you. Right? And then it comes back, and then you get what you get because you wish for it. You told them. So if you call your dog and your dog's name is Fred, you say, "Fred, come here." You just got him. So God a noun. No, it's not. What is it? Verb. Verb transitive. So something that you do isn't. It's not something outside of self, is it? If it's something that you do, no, it's not outside. So when you said higher self, right? That's what you said. You were correct. Connotative.
The connotative, correct.
61. What is the true national identity of those who are trained to think they are Hispanic, Negroes, Latin Americans, Afro-Latinas, Puerto Ricans, West Indians, and African Americans, coloreds, and blacks? More often than not. I don't know what that was. Go sit in the corner somewhere.
Put this hat on.
It is Moroccan or Moorish American or Moabite. Yes, you are correct. Or Moor, or Moorish, or Morena, or Moreno. Morican? No,
Morican.
Yeah. Just say American if you say that. Or Almanac.
I think it's what
62. What is color of law?
That's all colorful.
No, I mean, we can accept that. Morican is fine.
That's what more.
What is color of law?
Fake law.
Fake law, yes. Anything else? Fake is pretty much appearance of law, not real law, phony law, fake, right? 63. What is the fez to the Moors? If you can, write down what each part of it represents. So what is the fez to us?
Headdress, national headdress? Oh,
National
crown.
headdress, yes. Some say it's a religious headdress, but it's not just religious, but it is religious. But it's more national than religious.
Crown, I like that better.
Crown or bush, yes. Well, yeah, now you're going. Okay, so go ahead. You want to come on camera next time?
I'm not perfect.
No, just
Yeah, because I don't know
explain what you
nothing.
can.
All I know is what he just said about it.
Come explain what you can, and then stop where your knowledge stops, and that's it. And then someone else will come and, just remember.
We all here to learn.
You're the man.
So it's supposed to be like the moon, then
So this one, yeah, so that would be
And then you
the
got
space.
the umbilical cord
Yep.
going out, and another 360.
Yep.
So.
And
Come down.
the Four Seasons.
Oh, you want to come on down and show that on camera?
There you go.
She does.
You want to put it in the camera to point because we.
She
you
does.
say
They
Four
all
Seasons
wanna
and
know
no
who
one
you
knows
are.
the point.
Because I'm trying to
What
understand.
is that?
That's the common sense that we're all instilled with right there.
So what are you talking about? How long would
Oh,
that?
she's not gonna even see it?
I don't know if they can see the holes.
You really not trying to get up there?
No.
Oh no, use yours because mine's too
Oh,
white.
you want to show the samurai bun?
No.
You
Don't
sure?
use yours.
Hey, what are you gonna do? Because I'm sitting
The Four Seasons, she was saying about the space on top of the Four Seasons.
So can you see it on camera?
Is that on camera?
Camera woman.
Yeah, his is
So
better.
there's 4 holes, right?
Mhm.
Which represents the 4 seasons: spring, summer, autumn, or fall, and winter.
The
That's what
story
the 4
goes
seasons
deeper
is.
than that too.
It also represents so your head can breathe, right? What else?
Come on
down.
and explain it because I don't know nothing and I'm gonna learn.
Well, the story goes, I don't know if you guys are familiar with the story of Yahoo and things of that nature. But he's also in Jamal's book, right about Yahoo. And when you look into the story, there's 24 scientists in the background, and no one decides to talk about it. But they mention in this story, that's why they keep finding elongated skulls when they dig up Africa and the Asia and these places. What they call them the engineers, the movie of Prometheus, they call them the engineers. Those who sculpted us, and Taj touched on it in one of his classes about us being how we're not actually funding this up. But this represents the elongated skulls of the engineers, the creators, the ones who were first there, aligned in all of this. We donned it on to show homage, pay homage to it. Some of the tribes in Tomorrowland actually put gold rings around the babies when they're born in the head, so the head actually grows elongated. The tone of language we spoke to the brain that's grown the head, the brain. That's all messed up now because of our water and our lack of knowledge. But this was in regards to the scientists, what they call the engineers, or who we would go to their tribe. That's just what I took out.
So
I seen those pictures or images of skulls of those elongated heads,
Elongated skulls.
and that makes sense now.
you know the queen, what the Queen Mother was wearing in Black Panther?
Yes.
That white thing that's what that represents too. Represents the same thing.
Same thing.
Elongated heads.
Queens, and especially the queens, they were closer. Them being the
They're
first,
God.
they're gods. Them being the first, actually, like with the Europeans, we found out that the males were genetically equipped to strengthen.
Yes.
Same with us.
That's where you get. That's where you get the Moorish hirings,
Yes.
where they're running around naked and stuff like that. And we were selling them. That's where you get in the Bible, in the book of Genesis, where it talks about breeding the cattle and getting rid of the fair-skinned ones and keeping the darker-skinned ones. It's all about hybriding the Europeans so they stop getting leprosy, which is skin cancer, because they can't handle the sun, because they don't have enough melanin.
Right.
And then when you go into the white in the Black's Law Dictionary, and it talks about Europeans more or less intermixed, and then they talk about all these people who are dark-skinned. So Europeans, or modern Europeans, aren't even considered white unless they're mixed with us. That's why Prince so-and-so had to marry the Asiatic woman in Europe, because he's not royal blood. He's a modern European. So, that's
believe it.
this.
That Prince so-and-so marrying Shorty, this history repeating itself.
Yeah.
To open Pocahontas.
Yep. Yep.
Trying to get the
Getting royal blood.
melanin into their families.
They get chopped up and thrown on.
It's like,
Well, I doubt they can do that now with
Yeah, now.
cameras and stuff.
you never know.
True. So, that's the feds. It's not limited to that.
It's coming from far. It's just an act.
So, 64, what is the highest single digit number?
12.
No.
9.
Yes.
9,
Because
9,
after
9.
9, the numbers repeat.
Go on.
After 9 is 10, which is just 1 and 0. After 10 is 11, which is just 1 and 1. So the highest number is not.
There's actually a chart where the Europeans still did clock God. Chart of numbers where and the wheel turns different. It's actually individual. They think that 9 being the closest to God, 7 being the God number, 6, we know it holds us 66. But there's like these numbers of chocolate that are the way you are meant to be. It's how you know what numbers are.
I add on to that?
Yes.
There's an African, I can't remember his name, but he found the Gauguin theorem, which is the God Almighty Grand Ultimate Theorem, Gauguin, which proves God mathematically, that there is a creator. And he put it mathematically. And you can look that up on YouTube.
What was that?
That might be the chart I'm talking about.
God Almighty, G-A-G-U-T. Well, it's YouTube it, and it's an African guy who he says if modern scientists prove this wrong, they're proving Albert Einstein wrong. All these other European scientists, they're proving all of them wrong because he used all of their science to figure it out. Albert Einstein.
G-A-G-U-T. All right.
That Dr. Gabriel group?
Yep, that guy. Dr. Gabriel, O-Y-I-D-O, Oigo, the Grand Unified Theorem. He proves God mathematically. Yes.
I feel like that question was way too easy for you just to be seeing if we can count. I don't know. Can you explain the purpose of that?
No, it's because after 9, everything repeats.
Yeah,
So-
I don't get why that was a question though.
What was I gonna? Because I was gonna ask. What was I gonna ask? I said it earlier. I couldn't remember.
We'll get back to it. When it comes to you, let us know. It's just that I didn't understand why you had that question in there.
Well, I really don't remember. I don't
There's
know.
a lot
I'm
of
sure it
reasons
wasn't
why
just to
that
see if we can
there's a
count
lot of
up to
reasons
10.
why, I just can't remember exactly why. Because
When it comes to you, just whenever you're ready.
10 isn't a number of
Yeah.
itself. It's 1 and 0, so it's not the highest number.
I get it. Yep, I understand that.
65. Using the Kemetic principle of as above, so below. What does the crescent moon and star represent astrologically, and how does it relate to Earth? And why is it used to represent women? List as many connections as you can. So, what does the crescent moon and star mean astrologically, and how does it relate to Earth? Peace. I'll accept that. Say again?
Venus and the moon, man and woman, the boy.
So Venus and the moon is man and woman. I accept that. What else? Just so you know, when I say I accept that, I'm saying you're not wrong.
And that there's more. That's what I take from it when you say that there's more.
Yeah, there's always more. Yeah.
Always more.
So crescent moon will represent the womb. I have that in my book too, towards the end. They'll have the womb, and the crescent, and the star will be the seed of the child. Right? Then the crescent moon in the sky, astrologically, moon represents feminine energy. Venus represents feminine energy. Both represent fertility. So as that's going on up here, it's spring down here, meaning fertility. Meaning plants are coming. Right? So that's fertility. And then the womb, right, which I just explained. And what else? Anything else? Fertility, Easter, the rabbit. Rabbits are very fertile. That's what that represents. So it's not a European holiday. It's our holiday. What is the logos?
Common sense.
Yes, common sense. And it's pretty much the same thing as 67. What common thing has the Creator given all of us?
Logos.
Common sense.
Yeah.
So logos is the reasoning mind. That's what logos is.
I cheated. We talked about it earlier. That's why.
Yeah,
Like,
you did.
That's what Nike sign.
Everyone does.
But that symbol will bring you to something. So you have to use your reasoning mind. Like, well, I always see that check to be Nike on those shoes. So
Logos.
What? Yeah, so does monad. Monad means the spirit clothed in this. '68. What does the story of Mary and Elizabeth being prepared to bring forth the revealers of light represent? What does that story represent? When you read the Quran, it talks about, you, talking to Mary, saying you were promised, you're thrice blessed because you're the stargate by which you bring the long promised sons, but you have to be taught first. What does that represent?
Oh, sir.
Like I'm saying, the son would represent the children. But
Now, what does the sun represent? Light. What else? What does light represent?
Knowledge?
Yes. So it represents that the womb is the first schoolroom. That's why you see Noble Godly holding up women. Because once we lift y'all up, you're teaching your eggs automatically. So they come out the champions that we need to end this European colonial occupation of our land and usurpation and genocide that we're dealing with right now. So it represents the science of the number 9, which is the womb, which is also dealing with the Willie Lynch letter where it says the condition of the child will reflect the condition of the mother. That's what that represents. Elizabeth is John's. Number 69. Who is your savior?
wait, so what the answer?
I just told you. Science of the womb. Womb is the first schoolroom. Women are the ish. 69. Who is your savior?
I am.
Yes. Yes, your higher self, yes. Why do people perish? Number 7. Why do people perish by the day? For lack of knowledge, yes. Meaning if you're cold and you know how to make a fire, then that lack of knowledge is the reason why it's suffering. Yeah, the more you don't know how to get a blanket, exactly. The more you know how to use the reason behind for a walk up. Number 71. What does the Bible verse? Observe all that I have commanded of you, and behold, I am with you always to the end of the age. What does that mean to you?
But saying that he's in us, no matter what.
Accept that. Anyone else? Well, everyone should have something different.
Study, learn what is needed.
Accept that. I like that.
But you have been commanding yourself.
You've been commending yourself.
Observe all that I have commanded you means you have been commanding yourself. Is what I take.
Observe all of what like you taught, whether it be from your parents or nature. Observe that and behold, and with you always, the knowledge never leaves you. Knowledge came from.
That's why I was going to read your part. Like you see signs every day, and it's like it just happens when you realize that it has something to do with you. And like, yeah, it goes back.
Anyone else would like to add? I'd like to want to. You don't want to say it right now.
Today, your man, Cole show.
What you about to say? God sits within. God is all.
Yeah, that's basically what God sits within. Basically what I was trying to say.
I didn't write it down because
I wrote down the soul 7, soul, body, and spirit, self, and basically the evolution of that. So you're always with yourself.
Great. I see it as you can tell me one thing, but when you do something else, I'm observing you do something else. So clearly that's the truth. Right? Or, like I said, dogma says we come from, or women come from us, but when you observe nature, we come from y'all. Right? Then when you observe nature, you see nothing is complicated. That bird has a nest because he built it. You have to pay anyone for it. His payment was him flying around and exerting his energy and getting the squids and stuff, and he built it. Right? There's no poverty with birds. Right? So therefore, if there's no poverty in nature, What we're dealing with is man-made. Since it's man-made, who benefits from that? The Europeans do. Nothing in life is complicated.
You can test it yourself too.
No?
They love our currency, our electrical output. You observe your electrical output yourself, like it's not to look at what you gain right away there. Sit back and see
Slow money.
game. There's a huge game when you put out the energy for yourself. You know what you're going to do for it. 8 hours per day instead of going to work for whatever it is to hire. Put that 8 hours to yourself.
You.
I did it. Like it went to, like, it was crazy because it's from that Rich Dad Poor Dad stuff.
You read that?
First, I read one of the books, but this is when I was into my own entrepreneurship, running around trying to fix it out. Lost, still lost. So. But you find out they tell you the first 3 things that these European studies read. And once you start reading,
Yep.
and then it's like you find out you spend 8 hours a day working for someone. By the time you get home, you try to do it for yourself. Try as you might put in at least an hour of that 8 hours for yourself, or when you go home, try to exert an extra hour as well for yourself. You'll see. So that went for me from doing that after work. I make sure I do something for myself to work on something that I was doing. I was at one point I was doing the evidence. But I was just doing something for myself, and it brings financial Federal Reserve notes or whatever just by knowing people and actually what you do. But that 1 hour, 2 hours for me turned into now I work for myself. So it was just another mechanism to escape. But you're still not free because then you run into the people and you find out that you're working for yourself or someone else.
No, the working for yourself part is a good step, but what you're doing with the notes is what we're trying to eliminate too, because that should be going all to yourself and your heirs, and not to live or to pay bills.
And when you're dealing with that, you're dealing with the rights of indigenous people, and we have the right to our land resources. So why are we paying rent to anyone else?
Or gas, or electric, or sewage, or water.
Garbage disposal.
What's crazy is it brings us back to understand this because it's Boston. We're dangerous right now in the state of mind we're in, our people.
Very.
When you take this step to put the hour or 2 hours in for yourself, amongst whatever it is you're doing, it creates structure.
Yes.
Because now you can't run around like a chicken with your head chopped off. You have
Oh,
to
yeah.
focus on getting that hour.
And remember the thing that we read earlier on. Letter?
Mm-hmm.
That's everything that we're talking about right now.
It's literally a teacher for itself. There's nobody who knows this.
So you're saying nature will teach you. Well, very whole thing which I commanded you in low, I will do always, nature will teach you. Well, we all said the same thing.
Nature showed me about Dr. 70 came, 70. I was, after Dr. 70, I was outside India. And my hands saw it, no gloves.
Like in the dirt, or in the dirt?
In the dirt.
Very much so. Shower with it. What does dirt do?
And then I found out that in Jamaica, my mom told me, we used to be sick. They would bury us. Children, they would dig a hole, put us in it, and bury it. If you miss the soil, it would be like a literal detox. The soil once in us, and the sickness would come through our pores. We come overnight. And they literally water us. We be the dirt, buried like that. And the next day, when the parents would pull you out, you was nice. Like you was fresh. Sun came and you out the chilling. Sprouted.
Yeah, and why do we move away from that? Do you still practice that?
No, they tell me about it. Like, barriers. Why? That don't even sound ethically correct, y'all.
That's what I'm saying. Why do we move away from that?
That's we follow the idol gods of Rome.
Exactly.
The idol,
Exactly.
idol, not moving gods commanding in Rome.
The Bible says it. Move not the name you call it. It's idol God.
No.
I don't practice.
That was working. That was working. That was working.
So the brother I brought last week, taken.
When I sent it to me?
Yes. So in the story of Mordecai, Taj says that the links, that the gold that they have, the no plates.
Yep.
They had
Soldered on.
solder. So the soldering part, he broke it down to me further. It was soldered into the flesh. bones. It wasn't no clicks that they couldn't just The reason why they chopped their heads and their arms off is when they saw them, it was surgically implanted into this individual in our brain. So they would find us, would go drenched into our skin and bones, down to the bone, we would put the bone because of the kundalini.
Because of what?
Exactly.
Exactly.
The energy where in the Bible God cursed the snake to his belly. Abdullah explains to us, and Dr. Ali explains the kundalini energy. It's the snake that was cursed his belly. Kundalini used to stand with us. And because of what we did, it was cursed from his belly. So we were blocked from the knowledge. So that's why now when we learn with opium chocolate, the pineal gland drips or secretes this liquid that we don't want when they're TNT.
That's why one of the first lessons is standing upright.
Yes. Literally stand up. Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. Like, we had it. We like, oh.
So, that's beautiful.
Yeah, so that's,
what else did nature teach you? I'd like to share this. I was working on the farm. I was walking barefoot, and it taught me to slow the hell down. Like, we're moving fast, you know, everything's so fast, but you can literally choose to slow down. And it's just
nature teaches.
When you're barefoot, you have no choice. It automatically slows you down. Yeah.
You learn really fast. Like, painters are really good teachers. Like, oh, I need to walk slow.
And pay attention where I put my foot.
Yeah.
Also, we are now in a time where we think that these plants produce everything we need. Dr. Seven teaches us that some of our foods, according to nature, do when it wanted to. There's a certain type of plant in Africa that high in calcium and iron, but it only grows every 4 years. So the tribes would wait. It would be like religious rituals for this food to come. So they know that this plant's coming, it'll be a whole ceremony waiting for this bloom and this one flower to pop. And boom, when this food comes, it's all happy. Everything breaks, wrapped. So for we are now going by every day, we eat the same stuff every day. Those of us we meat, how many animals we eat, that on the menu, a lot of animals we eat, and those of us who are looking for the electrical way, they want to keep us trapped with apples, bananas, pears, and it's a full circle way. You step outside of that, this thing you can't even pronounce. This seed's older than the seed they're now. So it's wild. Nature teaches you that the femur is super. You're not getting no food.
No male. No males.
Chemical affinity is where if she not getting that pollen, oops, I with it, listening to that.
Like
and then,
peacocks.
right, so and then when they feel like chemical affinity, the pollinators, like that grow cannabis, little pollinators, you see them. They move. You would think that the plant about to get up. You're like, oh! You put the slow micro camera on it, and you see the pollinator like this. They curl over down, rapidly male pollen to fertilize themselves. That's why it looks the same. So, and the female, she chooses. One time I had a cherry. No lie, this is crazy. I thought like supermarket sent me because I stocked my fruits for lunch. And then I had cherries. One of the cherries literally had a different bones. Underneath, like under the inside of the cherry was what looked like someone's hard little tongue. I'm like, this is natural. They just trying to show me something. Well, I'm about to sue this store. This is wild. Cherry, and I took a picture of it. It's on my eyebrow. The cherry had more. This is right now. I'm both. Here I am. This is what like dealing with. And male and female, the X, the XY. And certain female plants, you won't get food unless they breathe. She will give you flowers all year long. She'll flower be beautiful.
That's where bees come in.
Food. Yeah. With actual food too, like certain berry bushes, they'll flower all year. Without the male pollen, they'll never get the berries.
Yeah, like raspberries. Once they get pollinated, they will not.
Mango
tree. Same thing with strawberries.
She won't produce a mango without pollen. And you have some female plants that are, what is it, like asexual. Do something wrong. Just give us food.
So that's nature.
Nah, nothing's perfect in nature, right?
Everything's perfect.
Everything's perfect. Nothing's
well,
perfect.
Everything it is what it is. So that's
it is what it is. But I mean symmetrical. I mean, like,
yeah.
perfectly like that.
All right, where were we?
71.
Yes, 71. 72. Where is the closest place you can find Allah, God, Jehovah, those Zeus, the Great Spirit? In you, yes.
Within.
Wrong with man.
The only reason why I put those different names is so no so-called group of people can ever feel excluded. Because when you read chapter 10 of the Quran, it tells you that everyone has a different name for Allah.
Same person.
What about the atheists?
What's the idea?
Science. Science. So your nature,
Science.
nature is God, so there you believe in God too.
They're
Can't
in
escape
denial.
I used to think that God was both, like God was a scientist and a whatever.
Yeah.
Because it didn't make sense to me that there's a difference. Because then everyone's saying the same thing. Before I got into this knowledge, I'm like, there is no difference. Everyone's dumb. Everyone's stupid. There's no difference.
My God is better.
Yeah.
God, it's the same, right?
It sounds like Jehovah
They're all
sounds like
fighting over the same one.
Jehovah sounds like God.
Yeah.
Jesus sounds like Muhammad. Buddha and Confucius, no one really argues about them. I don't know why, because they're saying everything Muhammad and Jesus said. It's just,
You gotta argue in their language, I guess. Maybe that's why.
right? What is heaven and hell? So what is heaven? What is hell? Okay, I accept that.
Different levels of consciousness, frequency,
I accept that.
different states of mind.
Yes, different states of mind. Heaven and hell are mindsets or states of mind. As an example, when you read the book or the chapter on misery in the Quran, it talks about how you can stop your misery, but stop thinking about it.
But if you watch one of watch Taj, hell, they actually derived the concept from the one of the European masters had a chamber
In the church,
that
the rest of people not paying taxes.
that was they got to hell, that was hell.
Yeah, but because it's a state of mind. Just like when they put you in second jail, put you in a room by yourself, they fuck with your mind. Oh, excuse me, mess with your mind.
But they said this judge had a rule down here. Wow. Wow. I think they called it hell. That when they sent to hell.
Yeah,
They were like torture.
mess with your mind.
Wow.
Church.
Because remember,
Go to hell.
universe is mental. I just felt like something was there. Universe is mental. So everything's dealing with mind. 74. What is meant by the word Christ, and how is it related to Krishna? Christ, Krishna. What do Hindus do? What do they do? What do Hindus do? Put a dot right here, right? What does that represent? Find it within, right?
Just
Yes.
all right.
And it being illuminated, which is what Krishna or the Christ degree is. Illumination, the illumination of your
The
mind.
anointed one.
And then, yes, the anointed one. And then Jesus the Christ is called the anointed one.
Yeah.
And we look up what anointed means. It means to smear with oil.
Oh,
And then your pineal gland secretes oil.
Yes.
So it all represents the logos and the reasoning mind. And then when you see pictures of so-called Jesus with that halo, that light, that represents the logos or the reasoning mind, the power of the mind. That's an example of a connection that can be made, not the only connection.
And then before the this when you're trying to this year trying to be like go.
Yeah.
When I see him when I think out, I'm a huge Dragon Ball Z.
Yeah.
So I see him after. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, Dragon Ball Z, the 7 Dragon Balls, then the dragon
So then
comes
I
out, the
started looking at it
Kundalini.
These Japanese know
they ain't dumb. Yeah, it ain't dumb.
they know.
Yeah, he was.
So,
Yeah, he was.
the turban and all that.
so I missed it. What is meant by the word Christ?
Christ is the activation of your mind.
Oh, all right, all right.
The anointed one.
Yes, anointed. Oil.
Enlightenment of oneself.
Go ahead. Say it again.
To enlighten oneself or to be enlightened or opening of the third eye.
Yes. Great. According to Drew Ali, the ancient name for Africa is Amexem. What word do we get if we take the prefix of Amexem and the suffix of Africa? What word? Where is my thing that I always lose?
You put it down.
America. That's right.
America.
Wow, that's not the first letter in my name.
You are fired.
Yes.
Yeah.
I You're the super all day.
I had no breakfast.
Yeah.
You know,
I had graduated water.
I had 2 bars left
come on,
with a
take one of
2.
those.
I had
Try
some.
something.
So the answer to that is you get America when looking at kale, that sounds interesting. Mango spinach. What do you want? Mango spinach. Damn it. So like you're giving people choices, right?
Too nice.
Right? I was foolish. A Mexican in Africa gets America. Then we look up old Mexican, you get old neck. Then we look at the Olmecs, they look just like you, and myself. Not like that.
I look like an East Island.
Babies, when I was going to school in the morning, I used to stand in front of the mirror and like wait for my lips to go down. Like, hurry up, big ass lips.
Wait for my lips to go down.
I want back then. When I was in the Bronx, those were savage. Them kids don't play. You come to eat the whole rhythm, you straight thing. You joke.
And that started elementary school. So I remember.
Crazy.
All right.
Now,
Where is the present Moroccan Empire? Where is it?
right here, it's like,
Where else? What continents?
North and South.
Where else?
In the
west,
Atlantic.
west,
Where else?
far west.
Here.
Where else?
Yeah.
Africa. Africa. Starting,
Oh, started on.
well, like near
There,
so-called Middle East. So-called Middle East. Egypt. It's not Middle East.
So is the Middle East like a legit word?
No.
No, right?
I was just
Running around.
it's called Africa. But so where they are. So the Middle East, right? Turkey, Egypt, specifically Mali, Ghana, right? North America, Morocco, Mexico, Brazil, Cuba, Chile, Willie Gang, Trinidad, Barbados. I'm naming the Moroccan Empire. All of that is part of the Moroccan Empire. All of it. Greenland, so-called Alaska, but we have Alaska. All of that is Moroccan Empire.
I want to do that.
I'll tell you right in your face. You talking about the Indians? No, you. What is the active state doctrine?
How states are to conduct themselves.
I accept it. Anyone else? Active state doctrine is pretty much talking about national sovereignty. Active state doctrine states that no state will judge another state's actions on their own land. As an example, China will not judge what Cuba does in Cuba because Chinese people are not Cuban. Yes, it's recognizing the sovereign equality that each state has on their own land. So the Chinese can't tell the Moors to stop being black because A, we're the Moors and this is our land, and B, they're Chinese. So other nations not telling us that we're Moors is not their fault. It's the active state doctrine. I cannot tell you what to do in your house because it ain't my house. So if the Moors want to be black, then that's what they choose to be. If the Chinese people want to be yellow, then that's what they choose to be. You know what I'm saying? No Moors can go up to China and say, hey, stop being yellow, you're really Chinese. Who are you? But when you know, I'm dark skin, you're dark skin, I say, yo, we're not black. Then it relates to it. That's why Ali came. Allah was like, all right, we need to give these people a prophet that looks like them so that they can listen to him. Wait, Allah was about to send a Chinese prophet to the Moors.
And help us, yeah.
You ain't my brother, what are you talking about? That's why Ali came. He's like, let me put these Moors on real quick. remember y'all was living up and down in Mississippi? Remember that? Before any European got here? And we're like,
Yeah. Bob Mellinen's remembering.
right? And then he was like, now does Bob Nosseldorf sound like an American name to you?
What was that, Bob? What?
Bob Nosseldorf. And we're like, no, I don't. And then he was like, so why is that your last name? And we were like, right.
Why is
And then
that?
he was like, you should do a name correction. And we was like, you're right.
That easy to say just like that.
Why didn't he just word it like that?
Right? But it is that easy. It's like, it's this easy. Look, you know, black's an adjective, it's not a noun, right? So it's not a person, place, or thing. Yes, it is. It's on that person to accept it.
That's the problem. That's what he's saying. It's not that easy. It's not by what you're saying.
That's what I'm saying.
Yep.
No, I hear what you're saying.
Somebody
I don't want to take it.
said peanut butter sandwiches, Taj voice.
Yeah. I hear exactly what you're saying. But the sun is not purple. I don't care if you accept it or not. It's not purple. So it's that easy. That's what I'm saying. It's just on the individual to accept it.
Yeah, but you just answered. You said, I should. They're not taking it like that. That's what I'm saying.
I was. When I heard it.
That's you.
I did.
No.
How much
You
people
did.
did you talk to? How much people did I talk? How much people did everybody in this room talk?
Yeah, but all of y'all kind of was like,
You're right.
That's us, and we're all still reaching out to people.
I know.
And they're like,
But what I'm saying is, you're saying
man,
is,
I'm Indian.
hold on. What I'm saying is, you're saying it's not that easy. I'm saying it is, and I'm proving it to you.
True.
But you're also proving it to me. But it's the same thing.
You can say it's not that easy to everybody.
Yeah.
That's what I mean. I'm saying that just you said, all right, if he's going up to fresh people and telling them this, and if he's teaching them that, all right, out of all the people that watch the videos and that's closest, 20 people in Rhode Island, why do you think it?
Well,
No, because it's not that easy to everybody. It's that easy to me.
I'm just saying, yeah, exactly.
hold on.
Because their minds are so corrupt with what they're getting.
Let him get into it. Let him get into it.
People get it.
Yeah.
That does not necessarily mean they're going to show up to class and do something with it and help. Because I know a lot of people, remember we was walking down several times down the street. Right? People walk up, tell the Morris, they know.
I don't walk like that.
They would walk like that. But I'm saying people.
Nah, we had a kid that was like 18 years old, probably. He's like, is that a Morris Fest? And then walks over to he's a Morris too. Yo, he looked like his heart just opened up. Like, yo, it's like changed as soon as that happened.
But what I'm saying is,
We're working on it.
it's what I see is Rome is on our people's back.
Mm-hmm.
So they hear that, but they're like, okay, I still got to pay these bills. Only
true.
because you're putting energy into it and you're giving Rome power still. So how about you turn your back on Rome, right on the Caesar, which is nothing,
That's
because nothing is theirs,
simple.
and onto God, who is God. Like he said, he started giving 1 hour to himself. Now he owns his own thing. It's just our perception of time and doing this, but even that is not instant. Our people need to see time differently, if that makes sense. Because if we can, when Trump became president of the United States Corporation Company, there was everyone walking down the street, not my president, not my president. Love Trump, hate all those people doing all that. But not one of them decided to put an allodial title on their house and discharge their debt though. So when we took all those people who do all that stupid shit and say, let's go talk to Gina Raimondo and say, how come you discharge your mortgage and you're not paying the mortgage, but we are? How come that?
My governor.
I'd be bringing that argument up.
Instead of
That's a powerful argument. That's a powerful argument.
They still like they're just comfortable where they are.
This is that march though.
Do that march again. What was
Can you
that?
show them the march one more time? They like the march, yeah.
They like the march.
So this is what they'll do. So I'm gonna give you the breakdown.
Exact reenactment.
I was at this
It's accurate.
this raw vegan restaurant. She didn't cook anything. She dehydrated everything.
Sounds
Her name
good.
is Samantha Banana. She's European, Italian. She's a dope vegan.
Dehydrated and everything?
Yeah, dehydrated. She had her own business, Westminster Street, downtown, Providence. And I was there eating my food.
Like that? All
She
right.
had this dope vegan spinach pie, lit. Right? Then I hear all this ruckus outside. I'm like, I'm like, what is all that? So I open up the door, right? I'm like, What is all that?
Who that is?
Yep.
I had a bowl. I always had a bowl and a jar of candies on. Go outside downtown. I'm like, what's going on here? Right? I see a bunch of Europeans and Asiatics holding signs and shit like this. Not my president. Not my president. Well, Trump said. Not my president. F you, Trump. Now, what did that do?
Absolutely nothing.
But all of those people gathered together to do something. Now, what if we got all of those people to
So
gather
that gave him more
together
energy.
and declare their nationality? Not only that, but say, hey, Gina Raimondo, how come you discharge a mortgage, which means you're not paying $200,000 over the course of 30 years working paycheck to pay this thing off, meaning you have a better quality of life, and we don't do that. Oh, because you lack knowledge, that's why. So they don't see an interest in something like this because it takes too much work. But they see an interest in marching down the street, not my president, because they get to burn their energy, because their energy is so focused on working for Rome that they need to vent. And they see that as a quick way to vent. So absolutely.
Just like them Indian.
Yeah, that video was funny, but
And with a European on the other
This
side.
is over the no-kick land, and then they didn't get the money, they never claimed it. But then there was just European guards looking at them like this. Doing it yourself.
That's a real song.
What are you doing out here? Oh, I'm the Sagamore, I'm the great son of this person. They didn't get the land from us legally, and so we're down here to beat a drum and walk around and do nothing. But they didn't teach anyone. Claim your land. Claim it. Take it. What are you doing? Why are you paying them? You're giving them energy. Are you going to walk? Blah, 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 blah. So, that part.
that part.
His chair. Okay.
It's easy to just, all right, all right, woo. Good thing I said you're not my president. Now let me pay the IRS. Let me just pay the IRS real quick, you know what I'm saying? Right, that's real. Active state document.
You're gonna start saying nothing about it.
78, because it's exactly, not my nationality, I ain't black. 78.
Yep.
What does it signify when a national flag is displayed upside down or inverted?
Nation in duress.
The nation's under duress, which tells other nations what? To come help,
I need help.
That's
etc.
the last.
79. What treaty predates the American Constitution of 1791? Yes, give it a piece of friendship. Yes. Between who?
Thank you.
That wasn't
Number
even.
80.
That wasn't the first one either.
Why did Thomas Jefferson say, millions for defense, not 1 cent for tribute? Who was the United States colonies or the United Colonies paying tribute to?
Morocco.
Morocco. So the Europeans were like, we're tired of paying these Moors anything. We'd rather raise $1 million for defense than pay them a cent.
He's dumb.
That's what they were saying.
Hold on.
What's up?
So I remember reading this and telling my dad that Thomas Jefferson is dumb.
He's dumb. That's me. All right. 81. Why did the Sultan of Morocco, His Imperial Majesty Mohammed ibn Abdullah, order the United States colonial ships to be taken?
Because they stopped paying the tribute.
Yes. So we were sending diplomatic correspondence, right? Then the Sultan sent something to the Europeans, and they didn't respond. So he was like, oh, you don't want to respond. All right, take the ships. See what happens. Then he got a reply.
And some money, right?
Yeah. And a bunch of cargo. 82. What are the 3 prominent issues at law?
Status.
Yes.
Jurisdiction.
Yes. Yes. So status, jurisdiction, and adjudication. 28. 82. I see the 2
Can't
birds.
read.
I see the 2. I
Can't spell.
can't do that today.
Can't write.
81 is because we sent them correspondences and they did not respond. So we took their attention by taking their ships. And then number 82, what are the 3 prominent issues of law, which you said status, jurisdiction, and adjudication, which is correct. 83, what is stare decisis?
Already as an already adjudicated on situation by the Supreme Court. Or
I'll accept it. Anyone else, but anything different?
I just like a decision already made.
I'll accept that. I will accept it.
How would you word it?
Decisive. Stare means to look fixed.
A decision that they
Decisive
people
is a decision. So we the people decided that only Congress can lay and collect taxes. So the Constitution is an example of stare decisis.
a decision that the people make.
Yes. So when we finish our trust, right? That would be stare decisis. Because we decided that this person's going to do that, that person does this, this is what it is, this is what it ain't. That's stare decisis. Say again?
Did we just
Yes.
was that in study group?
3 weeks ago.
Yeah, we did that yesterday in study group.
Oh, great. What is res judicata? Say what you said before. What is res judicata? 84. What is it? What does res mean?
Res meaning
Residents, the people. No?
No.
Oh, all right.
Resurrect?
Res. What does res mean? A thing. What does judicata mean?
something I'm due
It's already been decided
I
on?
think
Yes.
this,
Res judicata is a thing already decided. So like Supreme Court decisions is res judicata. Yes. So stare decisis is to look fixedly at something already decided. Res judicata is a thing already adjudicated, which is pretty much the same thing.
Right.
Just different. Yes, like
Same
like a
thing.
lamp and an overhead light. They're both lights.
So res stare decisis.
So stare decisis is to look fixedly at something already decided. Res judicata is a thing already adjudicated, which is pretty much a decision.
And adjudication on something else.
Well, once it's adjudicated, that's the decision. Yeah. So, same. What is the supreme law of the land? Of this land? What is the supreme law of this land?
Natural law, law of nature.
The Constitution is correct. Come on down. 86. What is the difference between United States District Court and District Court?
One is the fact that
Right now, both of that.
One deals with diversity, the other deals with basically the speed that's still on the
I will accept that only because that's how I will accept it. So, U.S. District Court is federal, District Court is state.
Oh,
That's what I said.
I didn't realize.
So, once we create our little thing that we're doing, we can have our own district court. So it's for our people, right? The federal court is dealing with other nationals. That's the difference. So since we're not citizens of Rhode Island, we do not go to 6th District Court or Rhode Island Traffic Tribunal or anything of the like, because we're not citizens of that. We speak to the federal government if any one of them has any problem with any one of us. That's the difference. Skip straight over, jump, hop, leap, jump, right over. What are you talking to me for? Where the removal? Stop talking to me. Stop talking to me. Oh, you want to talk to me? Or you want to charge? That's okay.
writ of removal,
Yeah, writ of removal. What is racism?
genocide.
What is what?
What is racism?
Practice of shooting up.
The practice of shooting out. Yes, I accept that. Yes.
Someone with power putting down another race.
Using it connotatively. Want to break it down for you? I got it. Right.
And then,
And what do you say? Oh, no, to shoot out.
I did that.
Racism or race?
Racism.
self-preservation is a part of
There it is.
the practice of self-preservation, the continuing priority of race.
Yes.
When I think about it, it's really someone with power.
Do you know what the word race means? You know what the word race means?
I know, but I can't.
Race? Race?
I do, yes, I do remember seeing it in one of your videos, but I
Mhm.
forgot what it was.
Well, don't just say it because it's on my videos.
Because he might be lying.
Because I might be wrong. You know what I mean? So come over here.
Look at that.
Oh, look at that. Sorry.
Already on it?
Well, not good that, but think of it. So this is ETYMONLINE.com. This is an online etymology dictionary. So go to anywhere.
ETYMO on
ETYMONLINE race. Search it. Internet facts. Race. Okay. Let's go to this one. Noun number 2, meaning this other. Act of running. Old Norse, ras, running, rush. Common with Old English, race, a running, rush, leap, jump. Storming and attack. Right? Boom. That doesn't really apply to what we're talking about. So let's go to this one. Race, people of common descent. Okay. From the 16th century, Little French race. Earlier, raza, race, breed, lineage, family. Possibly from Italian, raza, of unknown origin. Cognate with Spanish and Portuguese. Portuguese, raza. Etymologist. No, not. All right. Group of people with common occupation, generation, tribe, nation, people regarding as of common stock. Modern meaning of the greatest division of mankind based on physical peculiarities. Race, strong current of water. So I'm showing you many different, and then we'll use our reasoning mind. We see that it means to shoot or to race, right? A current of water, so something moving, right? Then it says a people of common descent, right? So we all know life started in Africa, right? We all know we come from women, right? So we're all human beings, right? So Chinese people are humans, right? Europeans, what you're taught, they say that white people are still humans, right? So we all shot from the same woman, right? So we're one. So there's only one race, right? Because we all came from the same person, right? Then when you look up in certain dictionaries, the word race will say species. So it's the human species, so we're one, right? So we all shot out, race to shoot out, running water. We all shot out from the same person, so there's only one race. Get it? So what does race mean to you now?
Shoot out.
There's no wrong answer.
To shoot out.
To shoot out. So we all know we shot out from the same one place. So that means there's only one of us, right? So if you came from your mom, right? You have a brother. Did he come also from your mom? So you came from the same place, right? So that means you're part of the same race, right? That's what I mean, race. So race means to shoot out, right? So you can sit there. That answer good? All right. So since we all came from the same woman, right? Race means to shoot out. Shoot out, right? What this isn't mean? Practice. Practice, right? That's what isn't means. So if race means to shoot out, ism means to practice. What does racism mean? Continue that practice, right? Or continue shooting out. So we think when Europeans only want to mate with Europeans, they're being racist. No, they're continuing their bloodline. So why don't we do the same thing? But that doesn't mean they have more power. Because me being an Asiatic man, I can agree to only mate with Asiatic women. That's racism. And there's nothing wrong with that. What's genocide?
Genocide is the killing or the
Yes.
erasing of a people.
Yes. So they train us to think that this is what they're doing, when this is what they're doing. But the negative part is what they're doing to us is genocide. They're killing our people, that's genocide. They're removing us from our land, gentrification, that's genocide. They're keeping us mentally incompetent, that's genocide. They're giving us crap, BS birth control, that's genocide. They're making it so conditions for us are so bad that we think that we can't afford a child, so we abort it, that's genocide. They're restricting our access to our own resources on our own land, that's genocide. They keep showing us being hung every February for so-called Black History Month. That's genocide. They keep showing our people getting murdered by police.
By
That's
ourselves,
genocide.
by each other.
By each other, that's genocide. What else are they doing?
Forcing us under these so-called licenses for this or that or
Yeah,
everything.
restricting our movement, that's genocide. You see why we're under duress? See why the flag's upside down? That's why the flag upside down. So what they were teaching you about racism is really genocide. They're teaching us, not just you, but our people in general, that so that we make that argument when that's not the issue. It's like you going to the, let's say you break your glasses, right? And then you go to your optometrist and you start telling him, oh, I got the wrong socks on. That's not what you're there for. He doesn't deal with socks, he deals with glasses. So that's like us going to a criminal court and we're saying they're being racist when that's not a crime.
Racist means to shoot.
Oh, that's not a crime. We go to the world court, we say they're practicing genocide on our people. They're raising tax so much that we can't afford to live in that area anymore. Then they're putting up Starbucks. Then they're saying you can't come here when it's our land. Then they're bombing our communities, so-called Black Wall Street. Then prison industrial complex, they're locking up all of our men.
Turning them into
protect our
slaves.
women.
Yep, turning them into slaves.
That's genocide. Hold on. Then they're giving our women benefits if they're a single parent, cutting out the men, which makes the women dependent on their system. That's genocide. It is. That's our argument. That's why the flags are up. Because if it's happening to one so-called Black person, they're ipso facto and ipso jure Moors. It don't matter if they call themselves Black or not. Their bloodline is Moorish. So if they're suffering, we're suffering. So the flag is upside down. That's genocide. What is a writ of quo warranto? Anyone? Quo meaning what? Warranto meaning warrant.
So it's like,
Yes, I'm asking you, what gives you permission to do this? Or why you do this? On what grounds? On what basis? I command you tell me why you're doing this.
notice of information.
No, so it's what information? Yes, quo warranto, what information? So I'm commanding you to give me the information. So when you hear board say send them a writ of quo warranto, you're asking them, as an example, the IRS, when you send them a writ of quo warranto, you would ask them, what authority, or by what authority do you think you have the authority to claim taxes or collect taxes? As an example, if you domicile in this area that they brand Rhode Island, within the Rhode Island State Constitution, Article 13, Section 5, it says no city or town may levy, lay, or collect taxes unless granted permission by the General Assembly. So Providence, the city of Providence, via John A. Murphy, the city tax collector, says you owe excise tax on your car. What do you tell him? You say, well, according to Article 13, Section 5 of Rhode Island State Constitution, it says you do not have the authority unless granted by the General Assembly. So please show me where the General Assembly said you can lay and collect taxes from me. That's what you send to John A. Murphy, the city tax collector in the city of Providence. That's what you're sending.
You said Article 13, Section 5 of the Rhode Island Constitution?
Yep. Which I'm going to show you right now. So you wouldn't say, I'm not paying you. You would say, show me in the Constitution where it says you can do that. Or show me where the General Assembly said you can do that. Because according to the Constitution, you can't. So this is Article 13, Home Rules Home rule for cities and towns. Goes. Article 13, Section 5, nothing contained in this article shall be deemed to grant to any city or town the power to levy, assess, and collect taxes or to borrow money, except as authorized by the General Assembly. So John A. Murphy of the city of Providence, who is the city tax collector, sends you anything in the mail that says excise tax. You have this so-called motor vehicle, you owe this much money on taxes for this quarter, blah, 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 or Pawtucket, or Cranston, or any other city. Show them this right in their face. Their own law. Didn't Joel Lee say enforce the Constitution? Oh, because there's a state and a federal one too. So, there you go, bro.
He didn't say which one. He said enforce the Constitution.
Right? That is a co-law. What authority do you have, Johnny Murphy? Because last time I checked, the General Assembly did not give you that permission. And if they did, please prove it. Not only that, but I'm not a citizen of Rhode Island, so I don't know you crack. Go warrant, right? What is a writ of prohibitio? What does prohibitio mean? Prohibited. So it's saying you are prohibited from doing this. So let's use the same thing with the quo warranto. Let's say we send Johnny Murphy, city tax collector, a quo warranto. What grants you authority to collect taxes from me? When the Constitution of Rhode Island says, Article 13, Section 5, no city or town can lay collect taxes unless granted by the General Assembly. Please prove to me in writing where the General Assembly gave you permission to do this. Then, if he doesn't do it within a certain amount of days that you allotted to him, and he still responds and says, well, you owe this much taxes on this fake account that we made up. Then you send him a writ of prohibitio saying, well, per Article 13, Section 5 of the Constitution, which I asked you to prove your delegation of authority, you still have not done so. You are prohibited from speaking to me because clearly you can't lay collect taxes. Does that make sense? So, as an example, I was in the Marines, right? I have a DD 214, which shows you an honorable discharge, which means if I'm discharged from it, clearly I was getting it. So if I say, yo, bro, I was in the Marines, right? And you say, Jamal, show me your DD 214. I'm like, oh, yeah, something else. Let me go get it real quick. Oh, here it is. Oh, yeah, that's approved, right? But then, different situation. I say, I was in the Marines, right? Honor, courage, commitment. And then you say, Jamal, show me your DD 214. I'm like, clearly I don't have it. Clearly I was on the Marines. Clearly, right?
Just you came back with some made up.
Yeah, and then that's why it has to be wet ink, proof. Like it has to be on the public record. Like show me where.
What article section that it says that?
What
20%.
Councilman signed it? What's his number? Let me verify it. Whatever. That's writ of prohibitio. That's quo warranto. What is a default judgment? Ooh, this is getting even better. Default judgment. What is that? Raising your hand?
No, he's being in a way.
It's like a judgment that isn't real.
No.
You automatically get what you're demanding from the court with no opposition.
I'll accept that.
They need to reply to you if they're gonna prove you wrong, and if not, then they have to switch dates after.
I'll accept that.
Well, I was adding on to research, so.
Default. Right.
That means you get what you're asking for. If nobody's arguing, the court has no choice but to give you what you're asking for.
So you know how like never been to a default? So let's say
I send the judge a letter that says Jamal owes me $10,000. Jamal gets that same exact letter.
Yes.
Now we have a date to show up in front of the judge to explain why or why not. He doesn't show up. That means he owes me $10,000.
Yes.
Default.
Yes. Default, yes. So same thing with Johnny Murphy, right? Say tax collector for Providence. Article 13, Section 5. Let's say I'm Johnny Murphy, right? You're in the city of Providence, right? And I'm like, oh yeah, my bad. My bad.
Yeah, he can't help it.
Hey, dear taxpayer, we realize that you have this vehicle in the city of Providence. You owe this excise tax. Taxpayer. Then you would respond with also Johnny Murphy will give you permission to do this, right? You got 30 days to prove to me that General Assembly said you do this, right? Then I don't say nothing because I'm a clown, right? Fake, phony, colorful stuff. Then
You send him another one.
automated thing sends you another one to your straw name, not to you. You're a taxpayer. You still have not paid this account. Failure to pay will be in the default judgment. Right? Then you send a writ of prohibition. Stop talking to me. Because based on the time frame I allowed you to prove that you can do this, you failed to prove it. So therefore, by default, that means you can't do it. So the default judgment is you can't collect taxes. Get it? That's pretty much what you're saying. Like clearly, you don't have a permission to lay and collect taxes. So why are you talking to me? That's like, in the Constitution it says only Congress can lay and collect taxes, and then the president of Walmart says, "Yo, what's up, taxpayer?" Like, first of all, you don't work for the government. Second of all, you're president of Walmart. Stop talking to me. Right?
Yeah.
What is a state?
A group of people bound together by a common law or set of laws.
That is correct. That is correct. And then when you look up the definition of nation in the Barnhart Dictionary, it'll say people of common descent. And then we look up common law, descent is law, because when you get a woman pregnant, that's law. Bloodline is law, right? Who is Tariq ibn Zayed? Huh?
Is that the Bucharest name?
No. What is this? A group of people bound together by common law. Who is Tariq ibn Zayed? He is the Moorish general who entered into Al-Andalus in 711 AD, to which they named the Rock of Gibraltar after him.
Oh, that's
Gibraltar.
I don't know what
Tariq ibn Zayed is the Moorish general who entered into modern-day Spain in 711 AD under the Umayyad Caliphate. Yes, sir. Also, side note, Tariq ibn Malik was a lieutenant general under Tariq ibn Zayed, who did a lot of the recon missions for Tariq. And once we conquered their stuff, with his so-called Germans, Tariq heavily taxed Europeans, which is where you get tariffs from. And then you see Mexico putting tariffs on the United States. And then the United States putting tariffs on China, which China is now doing that to the United States. So they got it from us. We got the what? The sauce. 94. What was the condition of Europe before our ancestors, the Moors, crossed the Straits of Gibraltar and initiated the Renaissance from the 12th century to the 17th century? Gross. Can you explain what gross is?
Well, let's say like
They wasn't bathing.
They were not bathing.
let's
Yes.
say
Yeah. So what you're saying is they were wearing a bunch of makeup, right?
So they put more on whatever crack.
So they put makeup on, then it would dry out, and then instead of washing it off, they put more makeup on. Yeah. Yes. What else? They were savages. Explain that. Eating flesh,
Not bathing.
not bathing, living with their animals, like in barns with their animals. They were not literate.
Over 90% of them was illiterate. I think it was like 92 or
They
something.
were
Those
not
numbers. I don't know how
literate.
accurate it
They did
was.
not bathe. They
Over
would
90.
eat of their own flesh. What else?
Living and who knows what else with the animals.
Which, and then that goes into who cured Europe of the Black Plague of the 13th century?
We did.
The Moors. So when you sleep with animals, I'm not saying you're fornicating with animals, but when you sleep in the same barn as animals with all that crap, you don't bathe, you tend to get the Black Plague. You tend to get that. That's what happens when you're sitting around in diseases, you kind of get diseases. So then the Moors came in. You know, our mom's always telling us since we were young, boy, get in the shower, right? I say that loud. So it's clearly our women who taught these Europeans how to bathe. Yes.
They thought that clogged pores were healthy.
Yes. There are some books that will tell you that amongst the Christians, they honored being dirty. And the dirtier you were, the so-called more honorable you were. That's what some books will say.
And that's what they're teaching. I didn't tell him that.
That's true. Who taught it?
We learned that in
You learned that
school.
in school?
I didn't tell him
He
that.
nodded yes. Just for the camera, he nodded yes. But that's true.
Indoctrination.
And some of them still don't bathe with washcloth. Some of them still don't. But still. So you know, and you often hear history repeats itself. Some of them still don't know how to do it.
I read that
Some of them believe
one of the queens said one time she was so dirty she had to wash her face for the first time.
Had to. She was so dirty that she had to wash it. And
You couldn't recognize that she wasn't.
Yes.
the princess.
get rid of my nobility? What?
Yeah, bro. So we cleansed Europe of devastating diseases because it was going into other areas of the earth. You know what I'm saying? Like into Asia. Hey, do something about your boys over there. Like, nah. Why are you peeing in the well? We don't drink from this well. Why are you peeing?
Because it stinks.
So, what happened on Ellis Island, New York, from the late 1800s to the mid 1900s? Immigration. I accept that. Anyone else got anything different? Flooding of immigrants, specifically who? European immigrants. So after the coup, 1861, once they assassinated Abraham Lincoln, they set up on Post, Ellis Island, where about 12 million Europeans from the late 1800s to the mid 1900s, well, 1934, 12 million Europeans came here. And now they think that they're Americans. Quick maths, being American. What is the astrological meaning behind Jesus, the Son of God, S-U-N, dying on the cross and rising on the third day? Say again? Rebirth of the sun when?
Spring.
Close. Which solstice? Winter solstice, which signifies the coming of spring. So the winter solstice around December 21st. That's when the sun begins to go low, right? It's at its lowest point, December 21st, for 3 days. It's at its lowest point in the sky for 3 days. And then on the 25th day, 24th, 25th, it rises again. That's just dying on the cross. It represents the sun of the sun being at its lowest point for 3 days, and then beginning to rise higher and higher every day until spring, when it's at its midheaven point, and then summer solstice, 21st. That's why it's so damn hot. It's at its highest point. Then it begins to decline every day, slowly until fall, right? And then that just keeps repeating and repeating and repeating until we're no longer here. Number 99.
Your favorite.
Okay. How do these Bible verses relate to our people declaring their nationality, Prophet Noble Drew Ali, and the Quran? Question mark. So now we're going to go to this. Proverbs chapter 1, verse 22, 33. I know, good. Praises to the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. I'm just playing. It's really Mother, Father, Son, or Mother, Father, Child, right? So, number 22. How long, you simple ones, will you love simplicity? For scorners delight in their scorning, and fools hate knowledge. Turn at my rebuke. Surely I will pour out my spirit onto you. I will make my words your own to you. Wait, right? Did I read that right?
Known.
I will make my words known to you. Excuse me. Because I have called and you refuse. I have stretched out my hand, and no one regarded, because you disdained all my counsel, and would have none of my rebuke. I will also laugh at your calamity. I will mock when your terrors come, or when your terror comes. When your terror comes like a storm, and your destruction comes like a whirlwind, when distress and anguish come upon you, then will they come to me, but I will not answer. They will seek me delightfully, but they will not find me, because they hated knowledge and did not choose the fear of the Lord. They would have none of my counsel, and despised my every rebuke. Therefore, they shall eat the fruit of their own way, and be filled to the full with their own fancies. For the turning away of the simple will slay them, and the complacency of fools will destroy them. But whoever listens to me will dwell safely, and will be sure without fear of evil. What does that mean? I'll break it down a little bit, right? So when I read, how long you simple ones will you love simplicity? I just see the situation of so-called black people, it just keeps being the same thing, right? For scorners delight in their scorning. We like to complain, oh, we've been slaves for over 500 years. Every year has been 500 years, never been 401, 402, it's always been 400. We just like complaining about it because it feels good. And then when you read the chapter on misery, it's human nature to just complain and talk about how miserable we are. My life sucks, and woe is me. And then when we listen to like Bob Marley, he says every man thinks that their burden is the hardest, right? Right? You know what I'm saying?
Paraphrasing.
Fools hate knowledge. Then we tell people, blacks and addicts take not now. You can't take away my black identity. What are you talking about? Right? Right. Then, right, let me see. What else? What else we got here? Because I have called and you refused. I see that as like Noble Drew Ali came. He said, yo, you ain't black. What are you doing? You clearly showed something else because what he was doing was working. And they're like, no.
And something you else said sounded like let them do if they don't want to.
Oh, yeah, it said,
as he was reading it towards the beginning, it sounded something like his words, but in different.
In the beginning it says, surely I will pour out my spirit on you. I will make my words known to you. Because I have called and you refused. I have stretched out my hand and no one regarded. Like that's us doing these classes. Like you said, you talk to people, why aren't you coming? Because you disdained all my counsel and would have none of my rebuke. I will also laugh at your calamity. All this BS that other people going through, we keep telling you, keep doing it. We kind of have to laugh at it now, or we're going to hurt ourselves. You know what I'm saying? You have to have comedic relief with this kind of stuff.
They're trying to help somebody and they don't want you to help them. Like you can't be down after they're screwed, and you say that like, yeah.
They're complaining about aspects of your life that we can see you can change.
Yeah, help you with. Yeah, like we see secure gentrification, which black people talk about. Enforced rights of indigenous people, which says they can't do what they're doing, right? That's just one example, right? I will also laugh at your calamity. I will mock when your terrors come, and your destruction comes like a whirlwind. When distress and anguish comes upon you, then they will call on you, but I will not answer. The Lord's been saying this for generations, right? Etc. They will seek me diligently, but they will not find me, because they hated knowledge. For that means what I want it to mean, no, it does not. And did not choose the fear of the Lord. You did not choose to fear your own people, you decided to fear the Europeans. Not even your own people, your own God. You decided to fear the European God. Pale skin Jesus on the cross looking like this, all sad. How he's saving everyone looking like wind. Therefore, they shall eat their fruit of their own way. Is that what you're talking about?
No, but how about how he will pour his soul onto you? Something about I remember in Drew Ali's words saying you will get these. The kingdom will if you take on what your forefathers
Yes.
you will automatically have these.
Yes. You're talking about seeking first the kingdom of heaven, and all these things will be added on.
All these things will be added on.
Yes.
So you
First
kind of
seek
made
your
it something.
nationality, then your rights come. They literally come chasing you. Right? Because you're calling upon them. Anything else?
No, that was what jumped out at me. Pouring the soul, you will get the
Yeah.
kingdom of heaven.
No one else? Okay. John chapter 1, verse 6 to 11. There was a man sent from God whose name was John. He came as a witness to testify concerning that light, so that through him all might believe. He himself was not the light. He came only as a witness to the light. The true light that gives light to everyone was coming into the world. He was in the world, and though the world was made through him, the world did not recognize him. He came to that which was his own, but his own did not receive him. That automatically brings me to Noble Drew Ali, who came to show us you can be this. Clearly, I'm this, and I'm literally a prophet, clothed in flesh, and I'm on this flesh plane like you, so you can become this, and look at what I accomplished. And then he's reaching his hand out to his own people, and they're like, Noble Drew Ali, my prophet, I worship Jesus. I worship Jesus. That pale skin Jesus. So he came to your own people. You ain't gonna believe him because he's your own. Right? That's what I think. And I say receive him not, but you didn't believe him because he's not pale skin. That's what I can do. And then I think that's why Drew Ali said, if you want European sheiks, I'll give them to you. Because our people only believe pale skin European. Because they associate knowledge with, oh, you being white. They associate you speaking proper with, oh, you being white. And then they associate white with Europeans. And it's really not. That's what that reminds me of. No? No input?
No input?
All right. Revelations 10, 1 to 9. And I saw another mighty angel, salute, came down from heaven, clothed with a cloud, and a rainbow was upon his head. And when I see that, I think of that picture with Drew Ali on the chair, and he had the turban on with the jewel. That's what I think of when I see the rainbow on his head.
Oh, okay.
And his face was as if it were the sun, and his feet as pillars of fire. And he had in his hand a little book. He had in his hand a little book, open. And he set his right foot upon the sea and his left foot on the earth. And then we look at the one-on-ones, he has 1 foot in water, 1 on earth, and woman in his arms. And when I see that, I think of, and it says on the Quran, on the one-on-ones, it says, the water will be the cares of the world, and the rock is the solid rock of foundation. I think, when I see that, I think the cares of the world was he's reaching us at our own level, coming to us where we are, and then bringing us to the salvation. That's what I see. And cried with a loud voice, come over to the Asiatics of North America, and their true blood, nationality, and birthright. And then prophet does a divine warning to the nations, and the prophets plead to the nations, right? Something like that. With a loud voice, as a lion roared, as when a lion roared. And when he cried, 7 thunders uttered their voices. And when the 7 thunders had uttered their voices, I was about to write, and I heard a voice from heaven saying unto me, seal up those things which the 7 thunders uttered, and write them not. And the angel which I saw stand upon the sea and upon the earth lifted up his hand to heaven. And you see a picture with him like this? Woo-hoo! Right? And swear by him that liveth forever and ever, who created heaven and the things that therein are, and the earth and the things that therein are, and the sea and the things that therein are. There should be time no longer. Time never was with man. And then he said, come all ye beast, protoplasm, thing, etc. Man is the Lord of the plane of soul, manifest, protoplasm, worm, beast, foul. But in the days of the voice of the 7th angel, when he shall begin to sound, the mystery of God should be finished, as he hath declared to his servants, the prophets. And the voice which I heard from the heavens spake unto me again, and said, Go, and take the little book which is open in the hand of the angel which standeth upon the sea and upon the earth. And I went to the angel and said unto him, Give me that little book. And he said unto me, Take it and eat it up, and it shall make thy belly bitter, or it shall be in thy mouth sweet as honey. And he said, Take this and go to the four corners of the earth, the hedges and the highway, and teach. Right? And then he said, I brought you something that you can't tear up, it will tear you up, as it being bitter. Right? But it shall be sweet as honey, meaning you know what the salvation is. Right? You see that us claiming our land and our houses with allodial titles ends the mortgages, ends the so-called Indian title, but we don't have to pay them crap, these Europeans, anything, which means we have a better quality of life, which means we have our children have a better quality of life, and we have to beg for crap.
Kings don't gotta beg.
Malachi 3:6-9. For I am the Lord, I change not. Truth does not change, it pass away, right? Therefore, ye sons of Jacob are not consumed. Even from the days of your forefathers, ye are gone away from mine ordinances, and have not kept them. Return unto me, and I will return unto you, saith the Lord of hosts. But ye said, Wherein shall we return? Will a man rob God? Yet ye have robbed me. But ye say, Wherein have we robbed thee? In tithes and offerings. Ye are cursed with a curse. We have robbed me, even this whole nation. So I think when he says rob me of the whole nation, you denationalize our entire people. That's stealing the nation, right? Then he says, Therefore ye sons of Jacob will not consume, even from the days of your forefathers. You are gone away from your ordinances. I think we are who our forefathers were. So we're kind of repeating their cycles by fighting with each other. That's how they fell. So we need to break those cycles. That's what I see.
I agree.
And then return to me, and then stop doing that crap, etc., etc., etc. Matthew 6:33. But seek ye first the kingdom of God and his righteousness, and all these things will be added unto you. All these rights that we keep complaining about. When you read law, it'll teach you that your nationality determines your political status. You're dealing with enforcement of rights. So once you declare your nationality, you get your rights. So stop talking about we want rights and just declare your nationality, so-called black people.
Stop asking for it.
Yes, I'm asking for it. And then John 15:1-7. I am the true vine, and my Father is the husbandman. Every branch in me that breatheth not fruit, he taketh away. And every branch that breath fruit, he purgeth it, and it may bring forth more fruit. Now ye are clean through the words which I have spoken unto you. Abide in me, and I in you. As the branch cannot bear fruit of itself, except it abide in the vine, no more can ye expect ye abide in me. I am the vine, ye are the branches. He that abideth in me, and I in him, the same bringeth forth much fruit. For without me ye can do nothing. If a man abide not in me, he is cast forth as a branch, and is withered. The men gather them up and cast them into fire, and they are burned. If ye abide in me, my words abide in you, ye shall ask what ye will, and it shall be done unto you. I think same thing with Lee said. They placed their trust upon issues and names formed by their forefathers. Relate that to the Sundry Fee Moors Act of 1790, where they petitioned the House of Representatives and said, we're Moors, not black, so we don't get treated like blacks, we get treated like Moors. That's abiding in their love. And then we asking what we will, and it'll be granted to us. I'm treating us like black as being black. Right? And then, since we are our forefathers, like Lee said, no one can change the natural descent nature of man unless his power is beyond Allah's. Then we are our forefathers, so the treaty does apply to us, and we're noble, so treat us as such. So, black people keep saying we're the gods of the earth. Well, claim to be Moors, and you'll be treated like the gods of the earth because the Moors were the gods of the earth. We're no black nation. Isaiah 65:1-3. I am sought of them and asked them. I am sought of them that asked not for me. I am found of them that sought me not. I said, behold me, unto a nation that was not called by my name. I have spread out my hand all the day unto a rebellious people, which walketh in a way that is not good, after their own thoughts, and a people that provoketh me to anger continually to my face, that sacrifices in gardens and burns incense upon altars of brick. I just think of our people who's doing stupid shit. They keep calling themselves black, which is not the name of their forefathers. Then Drew Ali came again, spread his hand out all day to our people. And then they walk in a way that they know is not right. Like we know so-called Smith, Jones, and Johnson is not our last name, but then we say, oh yeah, I'm a Johnson. And then all people are proud that, yeah, I'm from the Johnson family. I mean, so they know it's not right, but they're still doing it. Then Exodus 2:12, honor thy father and thy mother, that thy days will be lengthened upon this land which the Lord thy God have given thee. It says land, not heaven, not cloud, not. It says land.
That means down here.
Yeah. So what are you talking about? Right. Then Ephesians, I'm not sure if I'm saying it right. Ephesians, there you go. I can't read crap. 6:1-4. Children, obey your parents. Obey your parents in the Lord, for this is right. Honor thy father and thy mother, which is the first commandment with promise. Because who are we raised by? We're raised by our father and our mother. Until the Europeans make our parents occupationally orphan us, and then the Europeans raise us in their school. That it may be well with thee, and thou mayest live long on earth. The reason why we're suffering is because some foreigners educating us or indoctrinating us. So we have short lives. Right? And ye fathers, provoke not ye children to wrath, but bring them up in the nature and admonition of the Lord. Meaning, our woman is God, not some pale skin European. And that is it. We're here all day. Finally done.
We could have got done so sooner.
Yeah. But I like running my mouth, right? So we did not do the other stuff that we wanted to do.
Yeah. Well, you talking about with the trust?
Yeah.
You want to sign out?
Oh yeah, let me sign out first.
Yeah, it's private.
Thank y'all for tuning in. Hopefully that test was beneficial. I know y'all heard, you say 7?
7,
I know
13.
y'all heard a 7 and a 13-year-old put your own game answering these questions. So you might want to step your game up, study. Again, if you want some of these answers to the questions, go to risingandmore.org and get my book, Are You Confused About Law? Again, that is at risingandmore.org. Also, if you want to see the letter that we sent to so-called Governor Gina Raimondo, visit risingandmore.org. Other than that, study. Peace. Thank you for tuning in. We love y'all.